song. And then...
Morning everybody, and welcome to the main stage here at Autosport International of Day 2 for 2023, the very welcome return of Autosport International here at Birmingham's NEC. We had quite a few tin top drivers on the main stage yesterday, and we're going to start in the same way this morning. Stars very much of the moment because TCR UK, Tin Top Championship over here in the UK, is enjoying great success. It's been growth over the last few years, and last year saw a very impressive grid indeed. So we are about to welcome many of the drivers, 4 of the drivers from TCR UK from last year that are competing again this year, and also the promoter and organiser from Maximum Motorsport, Stuart Lyons. So let's welcome TCR UK. Morning chaps, morning Stuart, good to have you here again. Second day up here on the Autosport main stage. So what I thought I'd do is to ask you slightly different questions to the ones that I asked you yesterday. So I'm going to start from the angle of you being an ex-BTCC driver yourself. You've been there, you've done it, and you are poacher turned gamekeeper, if you like, because you're now series organiser and promoter for TCR UK, which is not something that you're new to. You've been a driver and an organiser and a promoter for quite some time, haven't you? Mic 2 needs to be on, if we could. No, don't swap mics. No.
Hello.
Okay,
we're back. We've run a lot of championships over the years. We started off with the VAG Trophy, Golf GTI Cup, Volkswagen Cup, and then I drove in BTC for, I think it was 2.5 years. You know, we had a driver, Josh Cook, in it, and
yes, yeah.
I don't know if you remember Dennis Strangberg, you know, and you know, it was great in BTC. We really enjoyed it, but obviously trying to be in it is expensive, and this TCR concept come along, and it's, you know, it's more achievable for a lot of people that would never get on that BTC grid.
So the theory of TCR UK is a strong theory because these cars appear in race series all around the world. It makes cars very available. It makes manufacturer involvement very available as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, the manufacturers make the cars. They're all homologated, and you know, the car that, or you say on the stand, the cars that are on the stand there, they can race in every country. There's 45 franchises around the world. It's 1,200 cars. You know, the manufacturers are supporting drivers as well. You know, we've got some announcements coming shortly about some support from the factory for drivers. You know, it's kind of like, it's a global thing. It's not just about TCR UK, although we've gathered a lot of traction there.
The cars also race in Macau. That would be fun, wouldn't it? Take a few of these out to Macau.
Yeah. I mean, it's been difficult over there because of the COVID and that. But Macau,
last 3 years have been really hard.
My friend, my colleague, he's been given the job to resurrect TCR China, and Macau's part of that. So I think, you know, that grid will grow a lot this year. You know, the COVID has been difficult for them. It's
been really difficult. Yeah, remote commentary for the last 3 years. That's not been the easiest, because one of the beauties of Macau is actually being there and seeing the guardrails so close to the cars. It's a thrilling meeting.
Yeah, I've seen it on the telly.
Would you do it?
I don't think I'd last
quite slowly.
Yeah, do a bit of damage.
What about the reigning champion of TCR UK? Does Macau appeal as an option?
Actually, my dad actually was in Macau. They had a bike racing team, and they actually won Macau Grand Prix quite a few times. So
that's quite a boast.
Yeah, they've been out there before, but yeah, to take a car around there.
Have you never been there?
I don't think I was around at that time, but yeah, it would be a really good, you know, experience to go out there. You know, obviously whenever you watch back all the all the old world touring car races from there over the years. You know, they're all very exciting to watch.
It's an amazing circuit. I recommend you watch a video on YouTube of Tim Harvey in a touring car, a Sierra RS 500, skipping around the streets of Macau. That place is something special. But let's get back to TCR UK. I could talk about Macau all day long. What was for Stuart, what invited you in to become series promoter and organiser? Because what you picked up a few years ago was not a huge grid, anything like it.
Yeah, I think, look, it's been well documented. In 2018, they got it horribly wrong, you know. I mean, can't pin the blame on one thing or anything in particular. Their thought pattern was wrong. I don't think they understood the UK marketplace, you know, which is everywhere in the world's different to us. You know, we are the epicentre of motorsport, I would believe. But yeah, we picked it up, and as I said yesterday, there was more people sitting here than there was on our grid. You know, but that's changed. You know, we stuck with it. We had a few sleepless nights, and you know, there's a lot of people that said, yeah, it's never going to work. But you know, we've proved them wrong. But we did deal with COVID as well. But it took 3 or 4 years to get the confidence, you know. And now, this year, you know, you can see on the stand again, everybody's buying brand new cars. You know,
stand looks amazing.
Yeah, we've already got 24 signed up drivers, and we've got 3 months to find another half a dozen. So, yeah, it's changed beyond all recognition.
And Chris Marley, champion from last year in the first year of asking, new team, fresh team for last year, and within 7 months, champions for the first time of asking. So the decision after 6 years in the BTCC was a good one.
Yeah, obviously, you know, the BTCC is a great spectacle, but, you know, as Stuart said earlier, these are 2 different championships. But, you know, obviously the cars have a very similar performance, and, you know, with the manufacturer's support now as well, it's making it more achievable for more and more people. But, yeah, we got the car 2 days or 3 days before the start of the new season. We turned up to Oulton Park, and I'd never sat in it before, so yeah, to go there, put it on pole position and win the first race, it was one of those things you'll never ever forget. It was a big achievement for Bert, Ben, and, you know, all the guys in the team.
Brilliant way to start the season, and a consistent season. It's always the way to win a title, isn't it? The next win didn't come until the final round, is that right? Penultimate race?
Yeah, just between one thing and another. We didn't win any other races, but we're always on the podium. We always were scoring the pole positions, and, you know, scoring pole positions in this championship, it's 6 points every weekend, so you can add them all up towards the end of the season. But yeah, it was consistent throughout the year. I wouldn't say it was easy. It wasn't handed to us. You know, we worked hard. You know, all these guys here kept me on my toes all year. It was yeah, it was a different way managing a championship this year, because every weekend that we went into, we had maximum success ballast in the car for the full weekend, and to go to Brands Hatch Indy with all the weight in, it doesn't work like the BTCC where you lose it after race 1. You carry the weight for the full weekend. So yeah, it made it interesting. Also Oulton Park as well, we had to carry all the weight. So yeah, it puts you into a different mode whenever you're racing. You know, you're not attacking, you're sort of trying to preserve and trying to keep a championship and lead and keep finishing and keep the points coming in. So yeah, it was a different thing for me this year. It was learning about a new championship, and then also learning how to manage the championship in a car that we didn't really know a lot about.
So Chris, you've got it from the perspective of being a BTCC driver into TCR UK. What about the other way around? You've got 3 hungry drivers that are sat alongside you. If potentially they have aspirations of being in the BTCC, does TCR UK teach them just about every tool in the book that you need?
Yeah, I think, you know, the way you drive the cars is quite similar, but the BTCC is an animal in different ways. It's not about driving. It's about marketing. It's about, you know, managing your sponsors. It's, you know, you're competing against, you know, probably 15 guys who can win a race at any given point in time in the BTCC, and I think you come home more times disappointed at the end of a touring car weekend than what you come home and say, you know, I've had a really good weekend. It's about managing your expectation, about, you know, managing how you deal with disappointment all the time. And yeah, it's a totally that side of it's quite different from this. But, you know, the actual driving of the cars probably isn't a lot different. But it's yeah, the BTCC is different in different ways, but the actual way you drive the cars, there's probably not a lot in it.
And you're back to defend the title this year.
Yeah, we're going to come back again. You know, it's great to get a deal done so early in the year, because normally whenever you're walking around here scratching your head with nothing done, it's not that nice. But yeah, we're going to come back again. We're going to be back with the Honda again. There's a new model coming out which we're very tempted to go towards, and yeah, it would be great to get one of those.
When do you have to make that decision by?
I think a decision's already had to have been made.
Oh, okay, right, okay,
So,
good.
but
Well,
yeah,
you're smiling, so
yeah,
that's a good
yeah,
thing.
it's looking good.
Very good. Let's see what the championship defence is like. Never easy to defend a title, so good luck this year.
Thank you.
Bruce Winfield is sat alongside. Third in the championship last year with one win, which came at Castle Combe. And presumably in 2023, there's only one target in your mind.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we've done the championship for 2 years now. So the first year we finished second in the championship. Last year we finished third. So it wasn't really the way we wanted to go. But you know, there was a lot more competition this year or last year, and again, it looks like it's going to be even more this year. So yeah, we want to move forward. We've got a new car for this year. We had it the last round, an R30. So yeah, see what happens.
So there must have been quite a buzz around the paddock and on the grid last year with the first year with a really impressive grid number.
Yeah, yeah. Obviously, we want a consistent number throughout the year, and I think this year we had massive grids at the start of the year, and then throughout the year it kind of tapered off a little bit. But it sounds like this year we're going to have bigger grids throughout the season.
You've got a man at the helm who knows how to put these things together. It's been very impressive over the year the way Stuart has taken a championship and ensured a full grid. So this is growth. This is what you want to be part of, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. We all want to be part of a championship that's growing, and you don't want to succeed because there's nobody in it. You want to succeed because you've beat a lot of all the good drivers, and yeah, to win a championship that there's, like you say, 5 cars on a grid,
yeah.
It's not really a great achievement, is it?
Yeah. No, absolutely right, Bruce. Bradley Kent is alongside, finished 15th, was on the podium, so you need to build on that this year.
Yeah, I think we had 2 podiums last year, a second and a third. The first coming at Donington at the start of the season. The rest of the season was just...
So then 15th doesn't really reflect that, does it?
Not really, no. The season before, in 2021, we were fighting for the championship at the end of the season. We went into the last round, I think there was 5 of us, including Bruce. But it just didn't go our way. And again, last year we had a lot of bad luck. I think we had 9 DNFs out of 15 races. So, yeah, but the luck definitely wasn't on our side. Next year we're hoping for a lot better. We've got a new car next year.
What have you got?
It's the Veloster, which my brother was in last year. So the new car will hopefully give us a bit more reliability, which we're hoping to work on and mix it with the top boys.
What have you been doing before TCR UK? What has been the path in motorsport?
So I started in the junior Fiestas. That's where I started. I started that when I was 16. Before that we did a lot of karting and bits and pieces. Fiestas went into Mazdas, and then we did the Scirocco Championship, well, the VW Championship in a Scirocco with Stuart as well, which then led up into 2021. We jumped up into a TCR UK car. So
you're taking drivers from the championships that you've run before and introducing them to TCR UK, Stuart?
Yeah, it's all about progression.
Yeah.
I mean, it's well documented. We've got this new package. We call it package number 3, outside Tocker and SRO. It's brand new, and we've filled it full of good support races. BRSCC and ourselves have worked a plan out, and people come from Fiesta Juniors into Civics or from Mazdas, and we're trying to, ultimately, we want them to race in a TCR car. So
and TCR essentially is quite cost effective, isn't it? It's quite a cost effective way of going racing.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's touring cars, so nothing's cheap in touring cars. No. But I think ultimately it's a quarter of the price of BTC, which is, there's a big difference. I mean, I'm not saying it could be like that forever, because it's like whenever anything gets really popular and there's more manufacturers involved, it does creep up in cost. But we are mindful that the cost needs to be kept down, because we don't want it to run away. Because at the end of the day, there's only so much money to go around.
That's always the danger when a championship becomes ultra competitive, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's something that needs to have eyes across it, and I'm sure you have, to make sure that it doesn't spiral out of control. What about Scott Thompson right at the end? You're back for another year this year. What car were you in last year?
Yeah, I'm back for another year. Last year I was in I-30, same as Bradley, and this year I'll be moving to the Honda Civic, which I'm really looking forward to, and it's going to be a good year.
Right, so was Chris Smiley the salesman for that car?
Chris Smiley and Bert Taylor.
Yeah, you see, exactly. I can see it all unfolding in front of my eyes.
The car was only one lady owner from you, Alan.
Was it indeed? Well, was it indeed? Who wrote the sales pitch?
Oh, it was me.
Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah, I rather thought it might be. So Scott, what are the hopes for this year? Aspirations?
Just to finish all the races and be as far up the grid as possibly can. Top 10, get some podiums, hopefully a race win as well. Just keep on learning, progressing, and yeah, just enjoying it as well.
Well, that's the name of the game, isn't it? Really, to enjoy it. All four of you nodding away. Stuart smiling. We can't lose sight of this. Motorsport is there for us to enjoy, isn't it?
Oh, definitely. I mean, it's very easy to get depressed on a race weekend. Yeah, it's all about that. I mean, we're trying to create an environment where everyone's included and everyone's got a chance of winning races, and they've got their family, their friends, spectators there. We've got a few hills to climb still, but I think we've come a long way, as you know. I'm looking forward to this year. I think we might capture the imagination. There's a lot more people talking to us as of today than there has been ever. Everyone seems to like the idea of it nowadays.
It is interesting. Success breeds success, doesn't it? You get a good grid last year. You have a good champion with Chris Smiley, an ex-BTCC racer, so there are headlines in there. And that kind of creates more interest, if you like.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Bert and Chris, it's a leap of faith. He had a lot to lose coming TCR because, everyone expected him just to win every race. He won 2 races out of 15, but he still won the championship. He's an experienced driver, but he had a lot to lose. And, there are people like Chris out there that are tottering. Do they come TCR? But, they're not going to come into this championship and just win things. They've got to work at it. It's like anything else. And the competition's getting harder. But, there's a lot of young drivers in our championship. When you're 17 or 18 and some 35-year-old bloke rocks up, you ain't going to want to get beat by him. But, it's about the youngsters. I think Chris is quite old, and he's 26, are you?
30.
Oh, you're 30, sorry. Yeah. So a lot of our we had a race winner this year that was 17. He won 2 races,
To be honest, Stuart, they all look young to us.
Yeah.
We've been around a few years, haven't we? That's for sure. You're doing a grand job. Thank you to all of you for coming. Now, you're here at the NEC. You've got a great stand over here. Quite a few of the cars on display as well. Tell people where they have to go.
Yeah, as you walk in, there's 7 cars on there.
Hall 2?
It is Hall 2, yeah. There's 7 cars on there representing most of the manufacturers. Come and have a look. Whether you want to get into it or whether you want to come and watch it. We've got our sister cars there, the sister championship, which is the feeder one, Civic Cup. I mean, that's going great guns. We've already got 26 registered for that.
Do you still do a sort of a day job as well as doing all this?
Yeah, we have got another company.
A communications company?
Yeah. It used to be a bit tricky doing both, yeah. It used to be easy when we had 3 cars on the grid, but now we've got all these, it's hard to get.
This is almost
It is full-time.
2 full-time jobs.
But there are quite a lot of people at the other place, yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure there are. Stuart, thank you very much indeed, guys. Thank you very much. Chris, congratulations. Good luck in the defence of the title. That gives you maybe a little bit of an insight to TCR UK. Thanks, everyone. Sticking with tin tops here on the Autosport main stage, day 2 of Autosport International. Welcome along, everybody. Great to have your company, and if you are watching online, welcome all day today. Interviews coming from the main stage, and Saturday and Sunday as well. We stick with tin tops, and we have a champion with us. He is the Jack Sears Trophy champion of 2022, Bobby Thompson. Great to have you with us, Bobby, and well done on last year, because the Jack Sears Trophy, which is for drivers that had, previous to the season starting, had not finished on the podium, was last year quite a hotly contested title, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it always is, isn't it? New young blood coming up through the championship, guys that have been there for a while that unfortunately haven't been able to get hold of a podium. So the talent is always tough. It looks good on a CV, so everyone's going for it. And yeah, and it makes the racing really tight, no matter where you are on the grid, which can be annoying when you're going for, you know, some big points and you're battling for that Jack Sears. But yeah, we made it happen.
Didn't take you long to be on the podium though last year, did it? Podium proper, that felt good.
Yeah, it was good, and it was nice to hold our own there as well. You know, we wasn't handed it, and yeah, we held our own, and that was all down to the team.
Auto Bright Direct with Journey Hero was the name of the team last year. Essentially a team run by Team Hard, a team that you know very well. Now, it would be fair to say they are one of the teams that works the hardest in the paddock. Tony Gillam and the squad from Team Hard, they work tirelessly. I don't know how he has enough hours in the day to do what he does.
He's a character.
He is a character.
He's a character. Yeah, he used to race himself. He knows what it takes, and he's slowly but surely we're getting there. And I think last year and going into this year, I think we're showing that we can run in that top 10, we can get podiums, and hopefully we can carry that forward to 2023. Yeah, they've got a good car now, good chassis. We've got some good engineers signed. We just signed Kev. So
this is Kevin Berry, who
yeah.
has a huge amount of experience with touring car racing, not just in the UK, but internationally as well. So that's a massive thing, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. We've got good engineers already. So just to have him on board, another set of eyes looking overseeing the whole engineering process. Yeah, it's great to have him on board, and yeah, see maybe come from a different perspective that he's seen before. So
the car that you've got now is a Cupra. You seem to be at ease with the car from the outset last year. Is that right? Because for many years, Team Hard were running a slightly older VW, and that car was pretty long in the tooth. This is worlds apart, I guess.
Yeah, it's an incredible car. The chassis is incredible. We're so early days of it. You know, last year was its second year, so we've still got a lot of development to do.
And Kevin Berry is probably the person to have alongside to do that.
Yeah, from what I hear, he's already got his teeth well into it.
I'm sure
yeah, it's the chassis is really good. It just needs aero tweaking and a few other bits, which when you're looking at a big touring car, you wouldn't believe you're talking about those sort of things. But yeah, because the championship's so close, it all adds up.
Right, so Jack Sears Trophy, that's a box ticked for you for last year. You've taken silverware, you've been on the podium. You must, at the start of this year, before the season gets underway, and by the way, nice to have your deal signed nice and early, you must have a plan, you must have a goal that you've set yourself before the year starts.
I have, yeah. I'm not willing to share it now, in case it doesn't happen.
Share it to me at the end of the year then.
Yeah, I will, yeah. I will. But yeah, I mean, it'd be wrong to not say that we're going for a good few podiums this year. And I can't see why not. You know, we've got good people around us.
What about an outright win for the car?
Definitely, yeah. 100%. That's definitely one of our goals.
That's got to be in the list of goals for the year.
One of my other goals is to get a podium in race 1 and 2 rather than the race 3.
Right, yeah.
I think it just shows that we're there on merit and we've raced to that position.
That's a move up to the next league, isn't it? That's going into the Premier League.
Yeah, definitely. I think. You know, the race 3 podium, I'll bloody take them.
Yes, well, quite right. And so do many other drivers. That's the whole point of it, that you can recover a not such a good weekend with a good result at the end.
Exactly. But that race 1 and race 2, you qualify to that position. So, yeah, if I can get one there, and I'll be over the moon. And with what Kev's saying and the engineers and the team's saying, there's no reason why we can't do that this year. You know, we've got a good package. It's all coming together. We've signed Dan Lloyd as a teammate.
I was going to say you've got a decent teammate as well, haven't you?
And that's what I've been crying out for, a good teammate, good data, because in touring car, that's absolutely everything.
It's always interesting to hear this. You want a good teammate. You want a teammate that's going to push you on.
So, yeah, we had good teammates last year, but I need someone that's got the same mindset of me engineering-wise and what I want with the car. And sometimes, you know, other teammates have just went a different route, which we end up not helping each other. And it's almost...
So almost working against you.
Yeah. So, and I think, you know, me and Dan have been good friends for years, so right. I'm sure we're going to work well.
That's going to make the world of difference. In fairness, we need to talk about this. You've had a bounce back into touring cars. We can't ignore the fact that you were out for a little while, and it was... we never like to talk about drivers having accidents, but you had a horrible accident that kept you away from racing for quite a while in your recovery, didn't it?
Yeah, and it's something we don't really, like you say, talk about or think about.
Don't like to talk about it really.
So I had a bit of a head injury, and you're sitting at home and you think, yeah, I can get back in. So I do a bit of coaching, go and do some days with guys I coach, and you do one lap and you start feeling dizzy. You soon realise you're not ready to get back in. You can't do it, yeah. So yeah, I had to take a year
and you eased yourself back into it, not straight back into a touring car.
Yeah, so I had to go in the Mighty Minis Championship, which is one of the best things I've ever done.
You're smiling when you say it. You must have enjoyed it.
Yeah, and that got the ball rolling again. And then I was silly enough to go and have a go in the Mini Challenge, because those boys, they'll wake you up. Yeah. But no, we needed to do it, and it was fantastic. You know, it was good to get back on the Tocker package in the Mini Challenge. Perfect championship to get my eye back in. You know, to get ready for touring car, and then it was just a matter of going back to old sponsors and people that used to help us, and and seeing if we could get the ball back rolling. And to be honest, even at the start of 2022, I didn't think I was going to be back in. I was planning my year with coaching and that sort of thing. And it's not until the team said, you know, come and do those testing dampers that, come and have a go. And after that day, it was signed and sealed.
So in the convalescence period, in the period when you were feeling dizzy, I would imagine incredibly frustrating. And, you know, you've spent... I would say probably most of your life thinking about being in a race car of some description. Did you wonder at any stage, actually, this might not come back to me at all?
Yes, I did.
Did you?
But it was nice to have a year out, which, because I've raced every year of my life from 8 years old, which is, you know, I'm really grateful for. But it was nice to have a year out and actually appreciate what you've got a lot more, and be more hungrier for it.
That's interesting, and I completely and utterly get it. A couple of years ago, I was poorly, and when you go through anything that's sort of pretty major in your life, you do realise what you've got, and you appreciate it that much more when you can get back to it, don't you?
Yeah, exactly. And you know what, those 10 weekends sitting on your sofa at home watching touring car makes you want it.
I bet.
But like I say, it was nice to have a year out and actually do normal things rather than motorsport every day. And it was nice to have a little break, get back into it, and actually come back with a fresh mindset and reassess myself, what I need from motorsport and how I look at motorsport. So yeah, it was brilliant to have a chance to come back.
Well, Bob, it works. You are the Jack Sears Trophy champion. More silverware, hopefully, for you this year in the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. And thank you very much indeed for joining us. It's quite nice, actually, for you to be here at Autosport International, not rushing around doing deals with sponsors to try and get into a car. To know what you're doing for the year is a lovely situation to be in.
Yeah, exactly. It's nice to come to here. It's just a shame we haven't got our car here, so we can see it. But like you say, it's lovely to have it all done before Autosport.
Always a pleasure, and a real star of the future. Well, star of the now. He is the Jack Sears Trophy champion for 2022 and competing in the BTCC in 2023 and beyond as well. Bobby Thompson, thank you very much.
From Autosport.com and Autosport magazine, I'm Martin Lee, and this is the Autosport Podcast Live. Welcome to our first live podcast of 2023, the first of which there'll be probably many more later in the year, but this is at Autosport International, really the kick-off of the motorsport season, and here we are on stage with three of our Formula One experts to chew over some of the recent stories we've had since our last get-together and take a look forward to the 2023 season in Formula One. I'm joined by the executive editor of GP Racing magazine. He's nodding, Stuart Codling. Only because you're the main man now, so I don't know what your job title is.
Lord of all he surveys.
Lord of all he surveys of GP Racing magazine, which is well worth looking out for and subscribing to. Our F1 newsman Luke Smith and Alex Kalinauckas, our Grand Prix editor, who joined me on stage today to go through some of the big Formula One stories of 2023 here at Autosport International. Luke, we'll kick off with one of the big news stories we've had recently, and that is Michael Andretti saying, hey, we want to join Formula One and the teams saying, we're not so sure. Can you pick this one apart for us?
Sure, yeah. It's been the big news story for Formula One for the past sort of 2 weeks or so. I'm sure everyone here is looking forward to a bit of downtime over the winter, and we're thinking, news cycle will go a bit cold. And then all of a sudden, FIA President Mohammed Ben Sulayem says, I want a new team in F1. Andretti jump at that and say, yep, we're going to be there. We've got a plan coming in with General Motors, second biggest automaker in the world. You'd think huge news for Formula One, and I think that on social media, people looking around at what was happening, there was a genuine excitement for the possibility of an 11th team on the grid. And then, the reaction from F1 and the team has been very lukewarm. They've said, we're not so sure about this. What impact will it have on the status quo, the current teams, and everything like that? So, the current state of play is that we're waiting for the FIA to formally kick off that process and actually open the door for new teams. But F1 has made very clear that both it and the current teams have to approve that if it's going to happen. So it's very much in the balance if that Andretti project will actually get off the ground and happen.
And with the current Concord agreement, what's the situation with teams being compensated if new teams arrive in Formula One? That's something new to the rules.
Yeah, so this was introduced in the latest Concord agreement in 2020, a dilution fund, because if an 11th team comes in, that means that the revenues, the prize money, that's all split by another way. So everyone loses 10% basically on what they would normally be paid by F1. So to make up for this, there was a $200 million dilution fee that was put into the Concord agreement, meaning that, say, Michael Andretti wanted to join F1, he's got to pay that $200 million before anything else. That's the first step. And that would get divided between everyone else. But the teams have said, well, since then, F1's had this big commercial boom, and Netflix has happened, and obviously we're back doing shows like this, and the world's very, very different now to how it was in COVID when that was struck. So they want to figure around triple that, maybe $600 million, something in that ballpark, to make up for the money that they would lose with an 11th team coming in. And really, that's the crux of why, at the moment, there's only really one or two teams at most who are saying, we're behind Andretti's plans.
And you thought it was just the price of butter that had doubled recently?
Inflation's gone mad, hasn't it?
So a $60 million windfall would cushion the blow a little bit. But what's wrong, Codders, with an American team coming in? Are they all scared that suddenly all the American sponsors are going to flock to that American team? Or what's the problem with Formula One bosses?
Well, that's one of the things that have been floated. Michael Andretti says that he thinks they're afraid that a lot of the American sponsors will be lured to an American team. And it is fair to say that a lot of the new sponsors that have come in, some of the big ticket title sponsors such as Cognizant on Aston Martin, are American. So you can see why he might think that. But also, he's very frustrated because last year when he was making noises about coming in, and the status quo, the eminence grises of Formula One were saying, well, you need Formula One more than Formula One needs you. If you came back with a car manufacturer backing, we might think differently. So what has Michael Andretti done this last month but say, hey, I'm coming in with a car manufacturer, and they've still gone, well, we still don't like you anyway. So you kind of wonder what he actually has to do to meet this bar of quality. So I do feel that maybe the American angle is something it's playing on his mind, maybe playing on some other people's minds, but mainly it is the bottom line of these teams are now eyeing billion-dollar valuations as sports franchises, and they don't see why they should share.
Yeah.
And you also mentioned the manufacturer coming in and what impact that would be. And I think that the current teams, their worry is that it wouldn't actually be Cadillac that's going to partner with them. It would be a Renault engine rebadged as a Cadillac, which is not what teams want. They want proper manufacturer involvement. We've got Audi coming into F1 in 2026. That's huge. That's great for F1. Would General Motors really be joining F1 if it is just a Cadillac sticker on a Renault engine? Probably not. So that's another big concern for them.
Yeah, we've had 3 or 4 years of Alfa Romeo looking like a Formula One manufacturer when actually they've just paid to stick their badge on a Ferrari engine, and Alfa Romeo doesn't even have share a parent company with Ferrari anymore. So it's a pure badging exercise, and that was something Formula One was hoping would be disappearing along with the Alfa Romeo logo.
And that's what we thought perhaps VW would do when they came back in. If you think we're going to come back with our Porsche brand, our Audi brand, well, you have one engine and you can brand it, but they were insistent that that situation might be split. I suppose Porsche has IPO'd recently, so it is reasonably separate. But either way, let's bring our Grand Prix editor, Alex Kalinauckas, into this. On your thought of the state of Formula One right now, we're about to get into season 5 of Drive to Survive. There's never been more younger fans coming into the sport. It's in a really good place. Formula One will always be a place of conflict for the teams because only one team can win. I think the legend was that Ron Dennis was the one that coined the Piranha Club phrase when Eddie Jordan got sort of outdone for Michael Schumacher's services. But what's your thoughts on the state of Formula One right now? And do we need new teams coming in? You're in the paddock every weekend with Formula One. Yeah, what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think you have to say it's as healthy as it's ever been. It's, as Goddard is saying, the teams are nearing billion-dollar valuations, things of how they're adding up, in terms of their own value of themselves. There's talk about, the Williams team, the purchase there with Doralton Capital, Aston Martin with the Strolls. They're talking about they got the deals of the century to get them sort of so cheap and how quickly they've gained value. I personally think it would be good to see the grid grow. I think an 11th, maybe even a 12th team, not a bad thing. But I can also understand why the teams that are there are wanting to protect themselves. For example, you can sort of see it from both sides. They don't want, as God has said, the sort of Alfa Romeo branding exercise. You get that a little bit with Aston Martin as well. It's not a true works operation in the sort of traditional sense. So I can sort of see both sides with that. But yeah, I do think that, as you say, Drive to Survive coming back, the new advert for that launched yesterday. Max Verstappen back on it. They make a little joke about him returning. So yeah, I think it would be good to see a major motorsport name like Andretti join the grid though. That would be really good.
And a big OEM like General Motors coming in. But we've seen in the past, Alex, big OEMs have come in. Honda and Toyota have both spent hundreds of millions and had limited success for that. Do you think that Formula One is in a place now that the big automakers want to come in, given that they're all making overtures towards electric futures and our road cars are all going to be electric? Why would they, with a series that is still rooted in combustion, albeit perhaps with e-fuels or sustainable fuels or something in the future, do you see the car makers, the big car makers, wanting to get back into it? Because you can spend so much money and get nothing out of it if you're not successful.
But I think, and this is where Andretti's point is that if there's more teams and a big American car company comes in, we increase the exposure for everybody. So that's the whole point. If Formula One is as healthy as it's ever been, if it's getting these amazing new fans, if the bubble is going to continue to grow, whether it will keep going, we don't know. That's the point. That's where they get the value. You don't necessarily have to win. But I think if you think about the sort of technology as well, we saw Mercedes pull out of Formula E and things like that. That was thought to be the future because they felt like they couldn't get the technology development from things like the batteries. It's heavily restricted in that championship. They saw more value in going into Formula One, which has the added benefit of the massive exposure. So it's sort of win-win even if you don't win, but that's obviously a massive bonus and what all the very competitive people in that Piranha Club that you mentioned want to be doing.
All the teams are in pretty decent financial condition. Not that I've run the rule over the budget cap personally, but they all seem in half-decent condition. We're no longer writing articles about teams crowdfunding to make the last race of the season and stuff like that. Kind of amateur hour in Formula One. Now, we had a previous era of F1 where 3 new teams came in, and that wasn't wildly successful. Codders, should Formula One just stick with what it knows, what it does well? We've got the 10 teams, let's carry on as we are.
Well, the attempt to expand the grid back in 2008 to 2010, it was well intentioned, but I think it came at the wrong time because the idea was to drive costs down at that point, and one of the ideas on the table was a common powertrain, which was supplied by our friends and neighbours over there at Cosworth, and the idea was that these new teams would be able to come in with a cost-effective spec powertrain that would enable them to compete at a much lower budget, and they would have sort of competitive brakes. They'd have, if they came in at a certain budget. Unfortunately, the then president of the FIA had a little bit of an imbroglio in a sex dungeon somewhere and had his name in the tabloids and was forced to step down. We got a new president, and with that changing of the guard, the whole impetus for this cost-controlled spec powertrain kind of second-tier F1 disappeared. So even as these teams were sort of trying to coalesce and pitch for those vacant spots on the grid, the actual will for that to happen was disappearing. So we ended up with this absurd situation of one team never got beyond actually making a tub and was rightfully lampooned for being a bit of a shambles. And then the other teams just disappeared, and one of them ended up with the guy who was, in theory, putting them under administration, sitting there in team kit on the Pratt's perch as if he was running the show. And no one in Formula One wants to see idiots like that on the pit wall ever again. So you can see why there is a defensiveness.
I think I remember a TV interview with him in the pits or the paddock at some point before that race, and he just looked wide-eyed and scared of Formula One.
We had a full press conference with him as well, and I remember it was just so bizarre because it's like, yeah, if you said, right, here's the keys to an F1 team for the weekend, you're obviously going to take that.
You'll take
but
it, right?
It was still just a really bizarre situation, and thankfully we're so far from that now in Formula One.
Yeah.
Quirky story, but put it in the past.
There was a fascinating story about the lower levels of association football on the Guardian recently, and Crawley Town have been acquired by some cryptocurrency dabblers. One of the chairman or whatever of which now sits in the dugout next to one of the rotating cast of managers that he's fired over the previous months. And apparently there was one match where they were playing away, and the actual pitch announcer was saying, and Crawley Town's owner is in the dugout once again. He's just asked the fourth official how substitutions work. Good luck, Crawley. You just do not want these people to just meddle because they think they've got skin in the game.
Final thoughts on this, Alex. I'll come to you on governance of Formula One in terms of new teams coming in. Of course, Codder's made reference to the previous head of the FIA, and that was in an era of Bernie Ecclestone with commercial rights and the revolution that Max Mosley did bring, I think, in terms of a focus on things like road safety and bringing new teams in. A different era, of course, though, in terms of the ownership of the rights and the series and the governance as well. I kind of get the feeling that in a previous life, if Bernie had picked up the phone and said, Andretti's coming in, here's the money you're all getting, now get on with it, that's what would have happened. Do you get a sense that teams are now more powerful in Formula One and they're learning how to stretch their legs in this new relationship with the FIA and the rights holders and the teams themselves?
I don't necessarily know about more powerful. They're extremely powerful entities in their own right. But what I would say is that it's very interesting to note the different tone of the briefing coming out of the two sides that ultimately have a say. You mentioned Bernie Ecclestone in the previous era, now it's Liberty Media owning Formula One. They're very lukewarm and sort of siding with the teams and suggesting actually there are other people, other entities interested in entering Formula One teams. They're going about things a bit more quietly, not necessarily making a lot of noise, and just sort of saying, well, actually, we have a say too. It's not just the FIA. But MBS, new FIA president, he's very positive. You know, he came out swinging in the new year. He's posting all sorts of things on social media. Obviously, doesn't know how a Twitter thread works.
No.
He's posting his sort of notes into pictures there. But yeah, he's very keen of it. Maybe he's made that a bit of his mission of his presidency to grow the grid. I would suggest there are other things that he needs to look at, perhaps the rules and making sure they all make sense and they work. You know, we don't want to have a situation like the Japanese Grand Prix again. There's all sorts of things that he's coming out with. You know, the sort of tightening on freedoms of expression for the drivers, which I think is frankly outrageous. So yeah, there's a lot going on, and it's not like the Mosley-Ecclestone era where the two sides are in bed together essentially. I mean, I'm sure they'd appreciate that joke, but there we go.
Yeah.
They're apart, so it's not a foregone conclusion that things will roll out as expected.
And you're a big fan of American sports as well. Do you see a reasonable fan of American
football?
American football.
I don't know how baseball works. We went and saw the Miami Marlins play on Luke's birthday.
Hang of it by the end.
I had no idea what was going on.
But in terms of the franchise model of the way that some American sports can work, do you think there's an influence there with the new American owners of Formula One thinking, right, we've got our power bases in Formula One now, we're going to kind of keep them on side, as it were, and not upset the teams by bringing new ones in? Because what does Formula One get by bringing Andretti in? I can understand a rules change in 2026 and VW Group coming in with 1 or 2 new teams. I understand that. But does Formula One not need to rock the boat, just side with the teams, and, you know, if you upset Andretti, then you upset him?
I think Formula One wants new teams to be doing what Audi did. You saw how they embraced them at the Belgian Grand Prix. They gave them a show car. They liveried it up.
Okay.
They want a wider engine supply, things like that. So that's what Formula One wants. And I think you can see in their reaction to what Andretti's doing, they're like, you're not doing it the way we want.
Yeah.
In their terms, the right way. But that's how the two things are going differently.
And I think it's also the approach from Andretti as well. It's all been very public. It's very vocal. It's the F1 team sort of saying, yeah, we're not really keen on how you're going about things, and him coming back saying, oh, you're all greedy. It's like there's a bit of give and take in this. So I think that we're heading for it could be a big political storm in F1 this year. F1 wants one thing, the FIA wants another thing. For us, covering the sport, it's the kind of story that we crave. Yeah. Wonderful.
We're only a week in and the politics are kicked off already. Let's move on. Codders. Red Bull, Max Verstappen, with some penalties in terms of developing their car this year because of their rap on the knuckles from last year. What have they got to do to pick up another title or 2 titles this year?
Well, they've got to work harder because they've got fewer resources, because as part of their punishment for, and let's make no bones about it, that marginally overstepping the budget cap, it was a sin in the eyes of the law. They stepped slightly over the line, but it wasn't an egregious breach. But it was enough for them to get their knuckles wrapped and very deservedly be punished, because the budget cap is the foundation upon which the whole commercial safety of F1 now is built. So they now have basically less time in the wind tunnel, fewer runs in CFD. So the effect that has on their aero research is they have to be very, very confident in whatever designs they are advancing to that stage in order to put those developments on the car. And Christian Horner came out, swinging the handbag with a press conference at the Mexico City Grand Prix, saying, woe is me, this is going to cost us half a second a lap. Predictably, rival teams said, well, that's rubbish. So, and you're not being punished hard enough. So probably the truth will be somewhere in between. It will cost them some performance, but they do have the fastest car on the grid. So how they develop it, well, we'll see. The main problem for F1 cars in this last year has been pretty much weight. Once they got rid of the porpoising problem, it was just the weight of the cars, making them understeery and not very nice to drive. And you see, once Red Bull managed to take enough weight out of their car to be able to ballast it and prevent it understeering, Max went off and started breaking more records and strode virtually unchallenged to the World Championship. So I think a lot of Red Bull's fortunes this year depends on what the other teams have done to sort of cure their problems and strip weight out.
God, if only someone had filed the feature that they're supposed to be writing for your magazine about the potential impact of Red Bull's reduced.
Yeah. I'm practically reading out my commission, aren't I?
It'll be in by the deadline, hopefully. But I think with Red Bull, the problem the other teams face is just how good that car was at the start of the era. They're not going to lose that knowledge accrued just because they've got their, aero design time reduced. It's still going to keep the DNA of being as good as it was. So that's what the teams are up against. And we know that Adrian Newey is a genius when it comes to designing these cars. So it's going to be very hard for anyone to catch up. I do think if we're looking at potential rivals, Mercedes probably the bigger threat than Ferrari, given that they did manage to make a lot of progress, given that they've said, we had 3 or 4 tenths baked into the car that we could never unlock. You've got to say, if they can just do that at a sort of stroke of a pen, or the CFD design tools, unlock that potential, Mercedes is going to be a big threat in 2023.
Luke, what's your thoughts on Red Bull? Christian was that famous hour-long plus press conference where he was indignant about the criticism coming his way. It felt at the time to me, you were there, I think, that it was very much closing down the, battening down the hatches, that sort of under-attack attitude, which can work in sports teams and football teams. Often the manager in the dressing room will pitch everyone as the enemy, the media are the enemy, the other teams are the enemy, the fans aren't on our side, and they can really kind of lock down and close in and all come together. That's what it felt like to me. He really kind of came out swinging and was like, everyone's attacking Red Bull. But now we've had a chance to calm down a little bit, look at the numbers, look at the real penalty that Red Bull's going to have. What do you think about their chances this year and how that's going to affect them?
I think they've still got an excellent chance this year. I think that, as Cod has said, it's probably somewhere in the middle in terms of how much that development limitation on them is actually going to cost them. But I think that they were just so far ahead by the end of last year that obviously everyone's making these steps forward, and yes, they've got reduced testing aero time compared to Mercedes and Ferrari, but I still think they were just in such a strong position. And Max was just so good as well. Like he's on another level to everyone else right now. I think that it puts them in really good shape for the coming season. I think that they've also now got this, they're really unified. Like, they work very well as a team, we know that, but now it's like, everyone's against us. The FIA is against us with this penalty, Mercedes, Ferrari, and that can really stir up, I think, a very, it can really bring a team together, I think, if you are sort of us against the world, basically. So
how does that play with the fans, though? Because a lot of teams are learning new ways of communicating with the fans and becoming more open as well.
Sure.
We've seen a great evolution from Ferrari, and a lot of praise must go to Ferrari from a previous era of pretty much like that, lockdown with the media, we're not sharing anything, there's nothing wrong, and modern Ferrari, I'm sure it could always be better, but modern Ferrari is pretty open.
It is, yeah.
with their failings.
Yeah.
And I think, Toto at Mercedes has done a great job as well of inviting people into that team. And obviously, Lewis with his social media does an amazing job of giving people an insight into his life. But how does that play with the fans sometimes, apart from all the boos at Silverstone, which we can live without, and the same when we go to Zandvoort as well? Do you know what I mean? Like, I know that the American followers of the sport find it curious when I say that on the podcast, because I can kind of live without the boos. But they're like, that's just part of the game. That's part of sport. Like, it's not dark or serious or anything. But when you think about what that does to the fans, like, is that the best way to behave, really? To lock down, to shut down, to be under attack? Because I don't think, for me, it doesn't win them any love, really. Because Red Bull are just so good at doing what they do. They don't need to, sort of be throwing punches out there.
Yeah, but I think we're into an era now of F1 fandom, let's say, where there are these sort of like tribal bases. Like, you've got your hardcore Ferrari fans, hardcore Red Bull fans, Max fans, Lewis Hamilton fans, and that's good and bad. Like, it's great that we love this passion and we love that, but we'd also see the more toxic side of it on social media with the booing, as you say. And I think that all the teams, they are learning now that they've got to have a certain degree of openness, particularly with us in the media, because we're kind of how they get to the fans a lot of the time. And that's why, to Christian Horner's credit, holding that press conference in Mexico and saying, right, I'm going to talk you through everything from our side, you can then ask us questions. That's a good way to, I think, get that message across. So I think that, it's, I think their approach has been, I don't think we would have expected anything less. I think that's how Red Bull operate, and I think they gave us what they, I think, as much as they were ever going to give us. And I think now they say, right, let's draw a line under it. We know where we are. We're going to come out and we're going to win next year and show you guys that, we are the best team, even with all this controversy.
Codder's thoughts on how good Max Verstappen is? I think he just had to pay his entry fee for his super license to go racing this year. I think he broke a record. It's about €1 million he's going to pay. I think it's something like €2,500 per point you scored, or €2,000, and he just scored so many points. He's got to write a check for €1 million to go racing with his super license this year, which is the most, I believe, anyway. And just another little stat on that huge list of reasons why Max is just rock and roll right now. There's nothing he can do wrong. perhaps at times, I know that in the press conferences, he's been a bit frustrated with the media, and he said, well, look, you guys, particularly with some of the controversy around what happened with Perez and perhaps spinning at Monaco, and he says, look, you guys don't know the story. And we say, well, tell us the story. And he's not a really public guy. He's not living his life in public. But if you're one of his competitors going up against Max Verstappen this year, that's a pretty scary thing to go and do, right? He is just on fire right now.
Yeah, he's always been a fierce competitor, and he's a product of his upbringing because his father is quite an uncompromising individual. And, we've all heard the stories of young Max having lost a kart race, being basically booted out of the car on the way home while his dad drove off in a huff and finally came back thinking, oh, well, he might be sold into the people trafficking trade, maybe, and then my golden ticket to the future's gone. But we can all make our comment on Papa Verstappen's parenting, but what it has produced is an individual who is ferociously competitive, and he wants to win everything. And one of among the improvements he's actually made to his game, senior people in the team, Dr. Helmut Marko has said, is that it's actually improved Max in terms of his ability to win championships, that he no longer comes flying into the garage in a fit of temper on a Friday afternoon because he hasn't been fastest of all in practice. He plays the longer game. So he no longer feels that he has to win every session. He has his eyes is set on a slightly further horizon. So he's now much more keyed to winning at the right moment. And everyone who's ever worked with him says he is basically a phenomenal competitor. He'll do all the hours necessary to look at the data to find out how to be better. I mean, he's basically the racing driver equivalent of the Terminator. He absolutely will not stop. And that is something that even his keenest rivals have found difficult to match. Certainly Charles Leclerc. I've spoken to people who've worked with both of them, and they say, the thing with Charles is he's different. He's got a bit more softer edge way of working, which kind of works in some circumstances. He's also a phenomenally quick and talented racing driver. But Max has that kind of shark-like killer instinct he just has to feed.
Well, we'll see. We won't have to wait too long to see how much that budget cap has affected Red Bull. I wasn't here yesterday, but I hear we might have slightly overcatered in the backstage area yesterday of this stage area. So
there's our budget cap blown.
So I worry for the Autosport budget cap.
It better not be any different today.
Apparently it's the same.
Excellent.
Maybe Red Bull catered for us. Let's move on and talk Ferrari. Luke, let's start with you. Ferrari have got a great chance this year, but trouble at the top and a new man coming in to lead the team. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, a lot has changed at Ferrari. I mean, last year was kind of touted as being the year of Leclerc versus Verstappen, Red Bull versus Ferrari, and we were all so excited for that. And then over the summer months, due to a mixture of Leclerc's mistake at Paul Ricard, Ferrari's poor reliability, it just faded away, and I think denied us what could have been a really great title battle. So Ferrari have seen fit that they need to make some changes. Matteo Binotto out as team principal. Understand there was a bit of friction between him and the Ferrari top brass. And in comes Frederic Vasseur, obviously Sauber's main man for the past 5-6 years, massively experienced in motorsport, worked with Charles Leclerc at Sauber when he made his F1 debut. And I think it's a good move. I think that Fred is he's a great guy to talk to. Like, he'll laugh at his own jokes a lot. He's that kind of guy. Like, he's very easy to get along with. But I don't know anyone else like that on this stage. But,
no, nor do I.
No, but he's also. I spoke to Valtteri Bottas about this, and he said, yeah, Fred's like that, but he's also very good at laying down the law when it needs to be. I think that's what Ferrari need. You look at things like strategy and stuff like that. Last year there was kind of always it was actually the right call, but it didn't quite work out. When it like hard tyres in Hungary, it just clearly was not the right thing to do. So I think that I think there's going to be some change there. I think that Ferrari are going to look at it with a fresh approach this year. They've worked out, I think, a lot of the kinks with that car last year. That we know there's improved engine reliability. That's been a big focus for them over the winter. I think there's a few sort of aero changes, like towards the rear of the car especially, that they want to iron out some of the problems. But over one lap, it was a really quick car. Like, Leclerc ended the year with the most pole positions. Even at the end of the season, they were still up there. So I think that, kind of Ferrari are maybe 90% of the way there to being able to win a title. And I think maybe a bit harsh on Binotto that he wasn't able to have the chance to do the final 10%. But I think that Fred Vasseur is going to be a good shout to get them over the line and hopefully give us the title fight that we all crave this year.
Yeah, I think I've done a bit of a U-turn since our podcast before Christmas when I was saying, look, you want to understand the politics of Ferrari, you need a Ferrari guy. Like Stefano Domenicali was a Ferrari guy for years working in that team before he led the team. He understood how it really worked, the same as Binotto, through and through Ferrari. But now, Alex, I'm wondering, sometimes is it better if someone comes in who's not got all of that history, aka isn't known as, oh, he was the T-boy 20 years ago. Like, it is, when you work your way up through a company, it's different to when you come in as the boss with a fresh face. You always get a different level of respect. Like I say, they just don't remember you from being, the junior guy or the junior girl. So I think I've done a bit of a U-turn on that. I think actually Fred Vasseur might have been exactly what Ferrari needed. Now, in a cost cap era, it's really limited of what he can affect change in 2023. But what do you think Ferrari need to change this year to do well?
I think you've got to look at reliability as the number one thing. I think had they not had to turn their engines down from the sort of mid-season point, that Carlos Sainz fire in Austria, Charles Leclerc's engine going bang in Spain and Baku, if they'd been able to run at full power the whole year, things would have been very, very different. I think that's got to be, that's ultimately what cost them the most points. And then you've got to look at the strategy as well. That's the other big thing. I think there's probably an element in some of Charles Leclerc's mistakes last year that he was having to compensate for his team's deficiencies and things like that. But what I would say with, Fred Vasseur's come in with this reputation of running a team really, really well, and I don't want to take away from that. But go back and look at some of Alfa Romeo's races in the last few years. There's been a few weird moments. There's that amazing 2020 British Grand Prix or the 70th anniversary race where Kimi Raikkonen's called into the pits, then told to stay out, and he goes absolutely ballistic. Wonderful little clip. But it's an example of, we basically saw that with Ferrari last year. So it's not a guarantee that these things will continue. There was an Alfa Romeo engineer nearly got himself run over in Brazil because he was sort of crossing the pit lane totally at the wrong moment. Yeah, these little things that they need to keep a tight lid on. But yeah, I think reliability is a bigger issue for Ferrari in 2022 than everything else. And the noise is coming out from the end of the year is that the new engine that they're developing is more reliable. Also comes, funnily enough, with a bit of extra power. But maybe it'd be better to not be making these noises. I know it came out via Haas and their customer supply there. Might just be a little bit better to keep expectations a little bit lower, keep a lid on things a little bit tighter, and hope that makes a big difference in the coming season.
Ferrari has always worked best. In our living memory, Ferrari has been at its most competitive when they've got someone at the top who acts as an absolutely solid firewall between the team and the outside pressures of management and the Italian media. And that's what you had in the Jean Todt era, in that Jean Todt weathered everything that the media and the Ferrari management threw at him. And quite frankly, he was quite lucky to survive for as many years as he did before he put the team in turnaround. He was in charge for 3 or 4 years when, there was no immediate uptick in competitiveness when he arrived. And he survived those years. He restructured the team. Brought in Ross Brawn as technical director, and Ross Brawn sort of acted as a kind of a co-firewall. What he did was he stopped the people in the technical department spending the first part of the morning reading what the Italian newspapers were saying about them. And his message to the team was, just ignore what these people are saying about you, get on with designing a car, and we're going to do it this way. And lo and behold, you have Ferrari basically ruling the roost for 5 seasons on the trot.
Was that in Ross's book? I think I read that in Ross's book. He would come in the morning and look around the design desks, and they're all reading the newspapers and the criticism of the team. He's like, right, well, that's going. Yeah.
But it's an important thing, and it's something that I think it was Toto Wolff at the end of last year was talking about it, and he said that having an Italian in charge of Ferrari, it's very different because obviously the whole country looks towards Ferrari. Jean Todt, French, obviously didn't have that Italian mentality, and nor will Fred Vasseur. So will that bring a change? Quite possibly. It might be that Fred doesn't care what Gazzetta dello Sport or anyone are saying about these things. And yeah, obviously a very well-respected publication in Italy, but the media does play such an important role in terms of the narrative. So yeah, having a non-Italian in charge of Ferrari might be what they need.
I mean, you wouldn't say no to the gig when it was offered, but it appears, Codders, you alluded to this, the time that he was given to put a team together to succeed. That new role, it seems, with Ferrari's management and ownership, seems to be you've got about a year. And if you don't win the championship, you're not going anywhere. You're not staying. So, which of course is different. We're not going to go through all the teams here on this podcast, but we'll finish off talking about Mercedes, which is different because you have a leader there who holds some equity in the team. He's got some wealth tied up in that. He's got a very important say. And Alex, we'll come to you. Your thoughts on Mercedes this year and the turnaround. You know, at times I thought early in the season, Toto did what was necessary and was that firewall and was very much publicly defending the team. Then I think we ended a kind of phase where it was a bit more critical. He opened up a little bit more and said, yeah, we're getting things wrong. Then as the season went on, Mercedes seemed to become very open to say, yeah, we've definitely learned from our mistakes, but they're not going to know, are they, till the car hits the track, not even in testing. So what are your thoughts on Mercedes this year?
Yeah, I think I'll go back to what I said earlier. I would expect them to be the bigger rival to Red Bull this year, just because they've got a history of making progress. I think it's coming into, was it 2011 into 2012? They made a massive progress, ended up, winning races that season. Obviously 2014 with the new engines, they've got pedigree of gaining a lot of time over the off season, and they did it in season last year during a budget cap era. I mean, obviously it couldn't have started much worse because they, it's the ceiling, the progress was easier to make when you're off the pace, but they proved they could do it. And I think I said earlier, it's like the problem that we understand the problem to be was with that big floor concept, not having the side pods, so it wouldn't be a shock to see the Mercedes look quite radically different this year, or at least radically different to what it was before. Whether it comes out and looks exactly like a Red Bull, but we'll never know. Mercedes, their sort of top designers are quite keen to suggest, it's not necessarily what the car looks like on top that actually makes the difference. It's how it all works underneath. And I think Red Bull got that absolutely right last year. So it's got all the ingredients there. It's a very confident team. You've got arguably the greatest driver of all time in one of their cars, and then you've got his sort of, we've got the issue of Autosport magazine this week. I spoke to George Russell at the end of last year, and he is ticking all the boxes. He won that race. He didn't crack under pressure. I still think Hamilton has the slight edge, but what a strong lineup they've got. I think Ferrari runs them close in terms of the sort of the strongest driver pairings on the grid. Red Bull is way off because Perez is way off Verstappen's pace. So Mercedes has all the ingredients. I could be completely wrong. Maybe they won't be quite any closer to Red Bull, but they've got the momentum and they've got the proof that they can do it from what they've done in the past.
If they don't know, Codders, then it could be a spiral down. And it's always hard when a team is dominant to see a time when they're not. The idea of coming in last year and saying, well, Mercedes is the next Williams. I mean, that's insanely bonkers to say. But they have to recover, don't they, this year? They can't afford another year of mediocrity. Lewis probably wouldn't continue because there's nothing worse than a great driver having a tepid end to a career, I think. So this needs to be the year that Mercedes come straight back to the front of the grid.
They have the culture to do it because, they do say that culture beats strategy every time, or culture eats strategy for breakfast or whatever. The Mercedes have a winning culture in that whenever anything goes wrong, whoever has committed the thing that caused it to go wrong, they own it, they take responsibility, everyone learns from it, they move on. There's no public flogging, no one gets put in the stocks and has eggs thrown at them. And that is why they've succeeded over the previous years, because whenever they encounter these little bumps in the road, they get over it and they beat it. Whereas a team like Williams that used to succeed and then stopped succeeding, the problem they have is that their methodology is very rooted in the past, and various people have come and gone at Williams and have said the problem they have is the culture is very indebted. There's a blame culture. If anything goes wrong, you get blamed for it. You get sent into the dungeon and that sort of thing. There's very much a kind of, this is the way we do it because we've always done it that way. And the winning culture is to admit that maybe because you've won doing something a certain way doesn't mean that you will always win doing it a certain way, and everything has to be up to be questioned. And that is why Mercedes keeps winning, and why Red Bull keep winning, and why other teams don't, because they are still very much entrenched in their old methodologies.
Luke, was it this year you spent the weekend at Mercedes or McLaren? What am I thinking of? You got invited into...
End of 21, yeah. I went into their race support room, which is like, imagine NASA mission control.
What's that like being in mission control, seeing how it's all operated from base?
Oh, incredible. Like, it's probably one of the best days I've had in my Formula One career. And it wasn't at a Formula One track. It was being in that inner sanctum, and we had the headphones on and everything. And you can hear everything the strategists are saying and everything the drivers are saying when they're out on track as well. And then, the drivers will come in and then they plug in the car basically so it's not publicly broadcast to radio channels, and their tone completely changes because now they can speak freely without thinking that other teams will be spying on them or anything like that. And it's that kind of, and I think that day really summed up the culture of Mercedes, that it is that everyone is so united and together, and that literally as you walk into the RSR, they've got their trophy cabinet to one side, and it's got lots of their F1 trophies, lots of Autosport awards as well from their various successes over the years, and they really take pride in that. And that was a weekend, that was Austin 21, so they lost to Verstappen that weekend. And I remember the atmosphere in the room when they missed out on pole. You could tell it hurt. Like, they were like, okay, well, we've got to dig deep now and see what happens. And they basically were prepared to work another 8-9 hours after I'd gone home to work through all the data and work it out. But I think that's Mercedes' big strength, is that they know how to win. But that team culture, I think, is unmatched in Formula One. They are very good at saying, right, this is a mistake, we got this wrong, fix it. We're not going to blame anyone. There's no pointing of fingers, and it'll put them in good stead, I think, on their way back to recovery.
It's always interesting to hear Toto Wolff when he is on a management podcast or something. He's such a deep thinker about the culture of that organisation. Another story I either heard or read somewhere is when he first joined the team as the boss and came in to the reception, and I think it was either yesterday's newspapers were on the coffee table or it was 2 days old, and that was enough for him to be like, this is indicative of the level of detail we need to get to. Let's not have old newspapers lying around. It was something like that. And that just blew me away at the time. That's the level of detail he'll go to create the culture of excellence.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we were talking literally backstage about even things like Mercedes team kit and how he has such an involvement in saying, I want this pocket here or that to do that because it's more practical or whatever. And I think, Toto, all of the F1 top guys, Horner, Vasseur, Wolff, they're all great leaders, they are. But it is that sort of culture that you want to really ingrain in your team. And I think in Mercedes, like, you talk to friends there, that there's a real buy-in that everyone wants to make the team a success. Even if you're not working on the car itself, you can still play a part in what that team does. So, I agree with Alex. I think they're going to be a big threat to Red Bull this year.
I don't know if I should share this on the podcast or not, but it's not incriminating, so I will share it anyway. I was working on a project at the end of last year with Mercedes that involved me being on the end of a Zoom call, as it were, in Toto's office. And so I was connected at my home office, because I was kind of producing a thing. And so they had the Zoom connection open while he was getting ready. And it was maybe midday or 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And so he was off camera but talking to his PA. And of course I was listening because I'm interested. And he just said, "Oh, is it possible? Could you please get me a coffee because I've not had anything to eat yet today?" And he asked in such a nice, humble way, and it was either his PA or somebody in the team or something. But that small moment blew me away. How he could ask, like, he hasn't had time for breakfast, and he could quite happily say, "Can I get a coffee?" But he asked in such a nice way to someone he must work with every day. He can have a shorthand language. And just that one moment, I thought, wow, what insight into his character. So nice, so polite, just asking for a coffee. Anyway, I don't know why.
But not organised enough to have breakfast, which is the most important meal of the day.
Well, he works too hard. This is the problem. Before we sign off on the live podcast from Autosport International, a quick mention for Drive to Survive, which does come back. It is just a monster of a series on Netflix. Luke, do you remember the first time you saw the cameras in the paddock, or the first time you saw it come up in your Netflix feed, or they talk about it? Did you ever imagine it would become as big as it is?
No, I think it was, 2018 was the first year they were filming, and I remember we all got to Australia and someone said, oh, Netflix are doing something, and the format they actually started out with was very different to what we ended up with the talking heads and the very dramatic information going on. And it was, and it's grown into this brilliant beast, and it's done such a big thing for Formula One. It's changed the game. It is because of that maybe Andretti wouldn't even care about F1 had it not been for Drive to Survive and its impact in the US. So, yeah, we know that we've got Season 5 out on February 24th. Mattia Binotto and wine are involved.
Really?
So that's about all I know about Season 5. But, yeah, he's got a vineyard that's one of his little pet projects.
I thought given his departure from Ferrari, he might end up sharing the face of the Duke of Clarence, who's famously drowned in a barrel of Madeira.
I learn something every day with you, Podders, I must say. But yeah, Drive to Survive. It's going to be good. And then we've got another season guaranteed next year as well. It's done a lot for F1. I'm sure a lot of people here love the show, and that's maybe how they got into Formula One. So it's been a good gateway into the sport.
Alex, I think I remember you telling me a story along the lines of when you first started covering Formula One in the paddock, and Netflix would show you're doing something, and all of a sudden the little microphone just sort of pops up, pops below, and you realise, oh, okay, the Netflix cameras are rolling behind me then, and they really are everywhere, recording everything. What's it like seeing them go around, document Formula One?
You can tell when they're embedded within a team, especially during the COVID seasons, because they're all in their team kit. They're following them around everywhere. You've got massively expensive and impressive camera rigs. It's fairly obvious what's going on. I don't know where they do the sort of talking head filming with the drivers. I imagine that's they've got a little room set up at every single race and things like that. But They do. It's a very good job they do for Formula One. It does make other things a bit harder. I know, for example, Sky Sports were a little bit not too happy about the amount of access Netflix was getting when it first arrived. But they've talked to Formula One, and they've had discussions, and they've got what they need out of their arrangement as well. But it is kind of, I think Lewis Hamilton sort of quipped the cash is king. Back in Australia 2020. Netflix is kind of king in terms of the media in Formula One. Sky Sports obviously very influential as well. For example, we were supposed to do a round table with Sergio Perez at the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix last year. Totally thrown out because Netflix were like, no, we need Sergio this weekend, and that ate up all his media time. So, yeah, I do think it's a brilliant show. It's done a lot for Formula One. I do think it has its flaws. I think is stale too strong a word. I don't know. I watched the series last year, and it's very samey. They set a lot up at the sort of the Bahrain races and things like that, and I just felt like I'd seen the same episode several times. The big players like Christian Horner clearly love it. They've really embraced it. They're aware they're sort of playing these characters on TV, and they can make big gains. So yeah, I'd like to see them shake it up a little bit, do things a little bit differently. Good to see Max Verstappen back on it. He's
yes,
obviously had to eat his own words a little bit. Decide on that, but his point was valid. He didn't like how he and the other drivers were at times portrayed, and that is the sort of the one of the bigger weaknesses of Drive to Survive, is that they do mess with the narrative. They tell the story in a way that isn't totally true.
Does that bother you?
Yeah, it does bother me.
You hear a bit of radio. That wasn't even from that weekend. But
it makes me hate myself a little bit that I know little things like that are so completely detailed.
It's when you see something happen on track and it cuts to a reaction shot of someone from a completely different race going, yay, and you think, well,
that wasn't even then. Like a Hollywood director thinking, oh, I just need that reaction, so I don't care where I get it from. Whereas if you love the sport and a bit of a purist, you want to get it right. That bothers me a little bit, but the benefits outweigh the negatives.
I think the thing with scripted reality TV, not that I watch much of it, of course, because,
Love Island, man, Codders.
Surprise.
Well, the Masked Singer is back on TV, so that's my Saturday nights done. With the thing with scripted reality programs is that the people who are being filmed learn how to behave in a particular way that ensures they make the edit. And you tend to find that certain personalities come to dominate. It's the people who act up, basically, and who really draw the producer's eye. If you're just sort of boring and you're just yourself, you disappear into the background. You see it in all these, celebrity bake-off programs and things like that. The person who makes the dish perfectly and does it all on time, absolutely no screen time. The person who's kneeling on the floor, sweating into their pan and going, I've never even baked eggs before, they get the whole program to themselves because they're considered the most entertaining. So to laboriously come back to the point, you find in Drive to Survive a very, very disproportionate presence from the Haas team, simply because Gunther Steiner is so massively sweary and entertaining and wears his heart on his sleeve. You would think Haas were the most important team in Formula One rather than the one that's like second or third from last, simply because of the amount of screen time they get. And then you get other teams and drivers who don't participate, for instance, Aston Martin, Lance Stroll, Sebastian Vettel. Would you even know Aston Martin were in Formula One if you watched Drive to Survive? Actually, no.
Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. That's our podcast for today. Cotters, you're many things, but never laborious, may I say. Well, there we go. That's our first live podcast of the year from Autosport International, and hopefully we'll do a few more of these this year now that we can get back into the real world, as it were, and get out and meet the fans and go to a few different events. But we'd love to hear from you. As always, you can connect with us on socials. You can use the hashtag Autosport Podcast this year if you are on Twitter. And you can send us your thoughts on email, any questions you've got for the team, and we can always get involved with what's on your mind. The email address is podcast@autosport.com. Thank you very much for listening, and we'll see you on the next one.
welcome back to the main stage here at Autosport International for 2023. Now, we are about to welcome three gentlemen onto the stage that are about to talk about a very exciting report which has been launched today at the NEC at Autosport International. Why is it exciting? Because it delves into the world globally of the sport that we all love. Motorsport Network, essentially the parent company for Autosport and many other digital media brands around the world, commissioned Elite Motorsport in 2023, which was a survey launched around the world globally. The reach of Motorsport Network, there are eye-watering figures that are involved, and we are about to find out the results of that report, Elite Motorsport in 2023. So we're about to welcome onto the stage the president of Motorsport Network, James Allen, and two gentlemen that worked on the survey, Ian Burrows and Nigel Geach.
Hello.
Welcome, James.
Thank you.
And to Ian
Afternoon, Alan.
and to Nigel as well. Make yourselves comfy, gentlemen. So, James, first of all, can we explain, you are president of Motorsport Network. This is a massive global, essentially parent company, isn't it? Digital brands.
Yeah, Motorsport Network owns Autosport. It owns a lot of other platforms, motorsport.com. Totally about 62 million monthly unique users in 15 languages around the world. So it's the biggest platform of all on the motorsport and automotive side. So we started this program. In fact, Ian was involved right from the beginning, which is doing global fan surveys. So to understand fan attitudes to the sport, because the rights holders like Formula One, MotoGP, and IndyCar, who feature in this report we put out today, they need to understand what fans think. Now they do their own research, but of course that's just direct with their own people. What we're doing is surveying fans all over the world in all these different languages and a massive scale. I mean, the Formula One survey was 167,000 responses, which Nigel, from his Nielsen days, would say that was the largest ever sports survey, let alone motorsport survey. So, do they think the sport's improving? How do fans consume the content? Do they want it on their phones? Do they want it on televisions in the future? What do they think about sprint races in Formula One? Do they want more of them? Do they want none of them? All that kind of stuff. And so we did these three huge surveys in the last 18 months, Formula One, MotoGP and IndyCar, total of just over 330,000 responses. And the report that's launched today basically draws together a lot of the key findings from those three surveys. And it's there for everybody. Anybody can download it. Go onto motorsport.com or autosport.com after 3 o'clock this afternoon. Read the story. There's a link at the bottom. You can download the report. And there's so much information in there. The rise of female fans in the sport, everything.
So 51 pages in total, the overview of the report that I've had a little cursory
You've read
look
and
over.
inwardly digested.
I've had a little look over it so far. There is a huge amount of information, and James, you've just really piqued our interest, just scratched the surface of what's involved in the report. Can I just ask how long this has been in the making, this survey?
Well, I mean, the Formula One was... Ian can talk a bit about the background, but this particular report, as I say, is bringing together the surveys we did with Formula One at the end of 2021, IndyCar basically this time last year, which we launched in the St. Petersburg race, and then MotoGP, which was carried out through the sort of middle part of 2022. So this is about 18 months' work.
Yeah. Ian, let's talk to you, because you've been involved in the project from the very start, and James just touched on the female input, the female fans around the world. This is one of the interesting bits of information carried in this report.
Yes, I think what we've seen since 2005, the first project was green-lighted by the FIA. So the FIA were the first people that approached us to run it under Max Mosley's kind of stewardship. What we've seen when we did the first survey, female engagement, participation, was between 6 to 10%, and that was fairly standard. That ran through till 2017, and actually Formula One surveys since 2017, we've seen this quite significant increase in female involvement. So for the Formula One study that James has just referred to in 2021, the females were nearly 1 in 5. So it was 18.5%, which was 11 in the previous survey. For IndyCar, it was slightly lower, but still 13.5%. And for MotoGP, it was nearly 15%. So we're seeing two kind of, if you like, looking at the demographics, we're seeing a younger audience over time, Formula One being very successful in recruiting younger fans, and we're seeing more females. And the study we launched 2 days ago in partnership with More Than Equal, the initiative to find a female Formula One world champion, is currently running at 28% female participation.
Right. So that's participation in the sport and interest in the sport as well?
Yes. The surveys on average will take between 10 to 15 minutes to complete. They're all hosted online. They're in 15 languages on this occasion. But you see the response tends to come from the avid spectrum. So we rank fans on their level of interest in motorsport on a scale of 1 to 7. And you will find typically that about 80% of the respondents will be 6 or 7s. They'll be what we would classify as avid fans.
Right. What encourages people to take part in the survey? Because I must confess, I get quite a lot of emails asking me, would you mind filling this in? I haven't got time, but clearly you've had a huge response to this.
We have, and the initial studies going back to 2005, 2007, we tended to work with sponsors and have an incentive. So it might be caps, it might be win a trip to Abu Dhabi Grand Prix that we ran. But actually for the last decade, we haven't had any audience drivers. It really is, motorsport fans are incredible. They will give up their time.
Wow.
You know, we're talking cumulatively tens of thousands of hours
Yes.
that they've dedicated to filling in these surveys. And they do it because they love the sport and, and they want to have their opinion heard. We're just 2 days into the piece that we're currently working on with James and Nigel for More Than Equal. And one of the fascinating aspects of, we're seeing a huge volume of spontaneous comments and feedback. People want to have their opinion heard and they'll give their time to do it.
Is that because people are more free with their opinions because we have social media and people like to get involved and to be heard?
I think obviously the growth of social media, which has kind of accelerated in the time we've been doing the surveys, I think we have far more people that are digitally savvy. I think far more people are engaged in social media. We're seeing that about 50% of respondents to the surveys are coming from social media. So, people like to have their voice heard.
Yeah, but the point is also that they know that the findings go straight to Stefano Domenicali
Yes.
at the top of Formula One.
Yep.
They go straight to the Mark Miles, the boss of IndyCar. They go straight to the Arroyos and the Espelletas at MotoGP, and they use it, like I said earlier on, like a compass. So if you can shout all you like on Twitter, and maybe people will see it, maybe they won't. But here, you know your voice is being heard, and it will lead to change in the sport that you love.
It's a valuable piece of kit, isn't it? You could tweet Stefano Domenicali, but you're not necessarily certain that he's going to read it. But this overall result, yeah, he certainly will. Nigel, you're an expert in surveys. But the scale of this, the numbers that James was just talking about, this is off the scale, isn't it?
Yes, I mean, I think we have two things really that people are very interested in sport, so they want to talk about it.
Yes.
But I think motorsport is extraordinary how much they do talk about it. So I think, sort of we're lucky that we're operating in the sport business, but from the motorsport side, it's just great. I mean, James mentioned the size of the survey was 167,000 responses. Well, that was actually a little bit more because some people did start the survey and didn't complete it, so they're completed. But no, it is extraordinary how much there is passion in the motorsport fandom, really. I think, sport generally, as I said, is very passionate, but motorsport is huge. I mean, the number of responses was spread over 173 countries. And we had 2 from the Vatican, but we know that the Pope is probably a Ferrari follower. But, so from a marketing point of view, from a rights holder's point of view, it's fantastic to have this information out there.
How do you analyse the responses that you get? I mean, this is a mighty task, isn't it?
Very, very expensively.
Yes.
But no, we don't do it by hand now. We've got computers, so that's pretty good. But when we started in 2005, as Ian was saying, the responses were lower.
Yes.
But now we've got so many responses that it is, there are systems which do that. But the beauty of having a large response, I mean, traditionally, market research has a sample, and anything above, sort of 1,000 is good, because the statistical validity of that is actually pretty good as well. But I mean, to have 150,000 plus is just extraordinary. And we can analyze down and go in depth to find out, what females are talking, or, sort of feeling about it, what the young generation, which has been, when I first started in the motorsport industry, it was male, it was old people,
yes,
like I am now.
Yes.
And bringing the younger generation in was very difficult. What is interesting also is that you'd have thought that with social media now, younger people have access to many other things in the world, but motorsport is, high in their estimation. So it's great.
Yeah, it's in terms of how it's analysed, it's by gender, it's by age, breaking down into the different age brackets, and by geography. So you can slice the information in all of those different ways, and you can understand an awful lot. And what we see is exactly as Nigel says, which is very reassuring for all the race series, is that the sport is growing and it's relevant. So another big part of this is that fans, for example, of Formula One, 66% of Formula One fans strongly believe that Formula One should be pioneering sustainable fuels.
Right.
Now that's really important to know.
It is, yeah.
Because if you're shouting in the wind and only 10% of Formula One fans think this is a good idea, you've got a problem. Whereas 66%, even at this early stage, because they don't come into Formula One till 2026, is extremely encouraging. So it's all that kind of thing.
I'm going to ask a question of Ian, and it kind of ties all 3 of the series that you're talking about, Formula One, IndyCar and MotoGP as well. Is there a crossover? Have we discovered whether fans can follow one series and follow another as well?
One of the things the research has done, particularly the 3 studies that James has referred to that we've done in the last 18 months, there's been this long-held belief that 2 and 4 wheels don't mix.
Right.
And the research that we've undertaken and we shared with Dunne, the rights holder for MotoGP, and we shared with Formula One and also with IndyCar, there is a very clear crossover. You have Formula One is the second most followed motorsport for MotoGP fans, for example, ahead of World Superbikes.
Right.
You have that MotoGP is the number 2 followed sport for Formula One fans.
Right.
So you've got this huge crossover. In terms of global appeal, Formula One, unsurprisingly, is the most followed sport. Across each of the studies we've done with WEC, World Superbikes, MotoGP and IndyCar, it tends to be the number 2 most followed.
Right. Yep.
To the if you like, the primary reason for the research. But behind that, you see MotoGP scores very strongly across all of the other sporting series, as does WEC. IndyCar is globally the 4th most popular motorsport. However, if you look at their core market of the Americas, it sits number 2 behind Formula One. But that's the real appeal. Motorsport fans appear to be, dare I say, I don't want to say the addiction, but they will find every series to satisfy their lust for motorsport. And that was an interesting piece with Dunne. When we spoke with them, they were like, wow, we have a huge appeal amongst Formula One fans for our product, and similarly, our audience has a huge appeal for 4 wheels.
Right.
So we've dispelled some of those if I say myths, some of those preconceived ideas.
Yeah, that's quite interesting. Fans like good racing. And if there's good racing, there's going to be a crossover. I mean, that's me as a layman not involved in the survey, but as a commentator for many years on cars, I was involved last year with British Superbikes. And I thought, why have I only discovered this at the age of 56, for goodness sake? The racing is amazing.
I was lucky enough in the days of Bridgestone when they were in MotoGP and being taken to Laguna Seca in the Casey Stoner, Valentino Rossi era.
Nice era.
Unbelievable.
Yes.
And this is a die-hard, Formula One four-wheel fan. I'm completely hooked and have been ever since.
I mean, this is fascinating, this information that's come in. James, how is it to be used? How is the survey data going to be used this year and beyond?
Well, I mean, obviously the series will have digested or are digesting the information that we've given them. And we already know, they're making, Formula One reflected on the information about sprint races, for example, in making decisions about sprint races for this year. So there's lots of other examples of that. So the series themselves.
Can I just interject and ask, was the sprint races, was that seen to be a big thumbs up, a success?
No, it was a kind of cautious welcome, but they don't want to see them at every race. Now, MotoGP has just gone 2 feet straight in.
Right.
Before we actually brought the survey out, and put a sprint race on at every MotoGP round, which is quite a controversial thing, and will be interesting to see how it works. But for sure, it was reflective of that. In terms of other uses for it, obviously the sponsors, the race promoters. There's a lot in there about race attendance, which races people go to, people travelling abroad. For example, the Dutch, it won't surprise you to learn, are the country that's most willing to travel.
Yes.
To go and watch races, etc., etc. So Formula One races. So all that kind of thing, and the sponsors can get a lot out of it, and I think the fans can too. It's just really interesting to see what people in other countries, think about the sport, what the trends are, etc., etc.
Nigel, as our resident expert on surveys, we've talked about more than equal. Just how important is all of this data that's being collated? How important is it to people like More Than Equal?
Well, I think it's important to everybody, really, especially with More Than Equal, with regard to the move to find a F1 female champion, or even bring more and more females or women into motorsport, not only Formula One, but motorsport. I mean, I think everybody now knows, because it's been published, that 67 females have gone into space, and only 2 have been on the Formula One grid, which is extraordinary, because everybody thought that females, women, young girls had problems with G-forces. Well, there's nothing greater than G-forces in space. Yes, so I think this information is very, very important to, sort of diversity, inclusion, and it's, but it's not only that, it's important commercially as well, because everybody's crying out for commercial sponsors, and if we can get a more diverse audience and participation in motorsport, that opens lots of more doors for sponsors, commercial people, to be able to be involved in the sport. We talked also about the crossover with regard to MotoGP, which is obviously very popular in Asia Pacific. I think we all know that four-wheel racing is not having a problem in Asia Pacific, but certainly has a little bit gone off the boil. So there's a crossover there. So if sponsors and commercial organizations can sponsor all 2 wheels and 4 wheels, and there's crossover to the participation and also the fandom, then that's good for everybody. So I think data is king, it would be, but I think even more, I think people are finding that it's really important to find out what your audience or your are actually thinking, and what aspect of motor racing they like. I mean, the younger generation now are very critical, and also very important to them is the environmental issues, and they want to know when they buy a product what's happening, where that product has come, and so the rights holders have to, and are being involved in that as well.
This is a vital piece of work, isn't it, James?
Yeah, it's great, and everybody can download it from 3 o'clock this afternoon. Go on to autosport.com, or motorsport.com. Look for the story announcing the Elite Motorsport in 23 survey, and at the bottom of it is a link. You can download it, and then you can read the survey. And if you want to go further than that, within the report on page 49 is download links for each of the 3 individual surveys that we've just been talking about. So Formula One, MotoGP, and an IndyCar. So Elite Motorsport in 23. It's sponsored by Motorsport Tickets, the place to buy your tickets to go to watch Elite Motorsport. And please, everybody, download it and be part of it.
Fascinating stuff.
And we must give a plug for More Than Equal. Please fill in the survey, which has been launched in the last couple of days.
Fantastic. Nigel, Ian, James, thank you very much indeed. Page 49 of the report on autosport.com if you want the individual. That was the one I was looking for. 49. Thank you very much indeed. Super stuff from James Allen, Ian Burrows and Nigel Keach. Another champion on the main stage here at Autosport International. Very good afternoon to you. Welcome along, everybody. Day 2 of the return of Autosport International, which is great news. We've been away for 2 years and we are back with a bang here at the NEC in Birmingham. And a whole host of champions over the course of 4 days on the main stage here at Autosport International, including a young driver that you will no doubt be hearing quite a lot of over forthcoming years. He's doing rather well in single-seaters at the moment as the reigning champion in the F4 Championship, the British Championship, as part of the support package for the BTCC last year. Alex Dunne, welcome. First of all, I congratulate you, because you missed the final round last year, didn't you? Your championship was sealed before the final round, so you were off doing other things. Italy, I think?
Yeah, I was in Monza at the time. You know, unfortunately didn't get
It's not bad, is it?
No, it was definitely the coolest place I could have been if I wasn't at Brands.
You're absolutely right, and to have secured the title rather reflects the fact that you had a pretty amazing season last year.
Yeah, you know, 2022 for me was pretty special. You know, breaking the record for most wins in a single season, and then also winning with a round to go, I think was you know, definitely a pretty big achievement for myself and the team, and also for my family as well. You know, so it was it was a good one.
So the plan, presumably for you long term, you've got your eyes on a coveted Formula One drive, have you?
Yeah, you know, the ultimate goal is definitely Formula One world champion.
And, okay, right, well, that's always interesting to hear a driver say, not just to get to Formula One, but to be a world champion. But you know how much work goes into this, and the fact that there are a limited number of seats. So this is quite a journey that you've embarked upon.
Yeah, you know, I think Formula One, you know, I think there's only 20 seats available now, and it's 20 of the best drivers in the world. So, you know, you really have to work hard and deliver and do a good job to make it there. But I think, you know, with how this year has gone and how things are starting to progress in my career and, you know, the support I'm getting, I definitely think if we keep on going the way we are, it's definitely possible.
So you're doing what I like to describe as the Lando Norris way of being in Formula 4, in that you are not just competing in the British Championship, you did the full season in Italy as well. This is a lot of time in the seat. This is getting very comfortable with the car and everything that it does, and also keeping you sharp every weekend pretty much in a race car.
Yeah, you know, I think I had, you know, this was pretty much the first year where I've had a lot of seat time. You know, I think until then, budget-wise, I've always been quite limited with the amount I've been able to do in the car. So this year we were fortunate enough with the support we got that I was able to do a lot of running and have a lot of seat time. And I think that obviously showed in the results as well. So
it's not the same car, is it, that you're driving when you're driving in Italy? Were there differences between, I mean, it is essentially the same car. It's not the same chassis in Italy that you were driving over in the UK. Were there little vague differences between the two?
I think there was definitely, you know, little minorities, differences in the setup. You know, obviously the teams both had, you know, different approaches on how they wanted to set up the car and how they wanted to achieve the setup of the car.
But
so
were they noticeable or just tiny little?
No, they were definitely noticeable.
Were they?
No, I could definitely tell the difference between the two. I think, you know, you could also tell the difference in procedures as, you know, Italian was a lot warmer than it was here in the UK. So, you know, also driving style had to be a lot different as well. So, you know, there was quite a lot to change back and forward. But I think that definitely helped me to develop quite a lot so then I could put everything together.
And pretty unique circuits in the UK, aren't they, compared to racing in Europe?
You know, I think the tracks in the UK definitely helped a lot with racecraft as well. You know, I think we only had reverse grid in British F4 this year. I didn't have it in Italian F4. So,
right.
You know, having a reverse grid race at a track like Alton Park is quite tricky. So
it's
I
a
think,
challenge.
Yeah, you know, I think that really helped. You know, making sure you pick the right moments and, you know, you position your car in the right point. So yeah, you know, I think there's a lot of points from both championships that really helped me learn a lot.
And you were doing a bit of racing in the UAE as well in Formula 4, weren't you? So it was an incredible, and that presumably that season didn't overlap in any way.
No, that was the 5 weeks he did out in the UAE in the Middle East at the start of the year, which again was with High Tech, who I won.
It's not bad, is it? Flip-flopping between Dubai and Abu Dhabi. That's not a bad way of life for 5 weeks, is it?
No, it's pretty good going.
It's pretty cool. So that was last year. That's Formula 4. You've won the title. In Italy, you were runner-up in the title. So I think all in all, you can be pretty satisfied with 2022. 2023, it's a step up, naturally, and it's GB3.
Yeah, GB3 is the plan. I think before that, actually, in a couple of weeks' time in February, I'll be heading out to the UAE again. I'll be doing the final 2 rounds of the F3 Asian Championship in Dubai and Abu Dhabi again.
You don't need a personal commentator reporter to come with you, do you, by any chance?
I'll think about it.
Okay, yeah, a very diplomatic answer. This is good. This is, as we said before, this is seat time. This is so important.
Yeah, you know, I think this year, again, I'll be doing the Asian Championship with High-Tech as well. So, you know, I'll be very comfortable with my engineer and my mechanic and the whole team environment, which is, you know, of course, really good when going into a championship. And I'm really comfortable with everybody in the team as well. So I think, yeah, you know, again, good seat time and it helps out quite a lot going into GB3.
Alex, you're 17 years old, is that correct? Is that right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, 17 years old. You've got this jet-set lifestyle. You've got your eyes very firmly set on being the Formula One world champion. It doesn't get a lot better as a 17-year-old, does it?
No, I'm pretty fortunate with what I do.
I should say so. We wish you the best of luck this year, and in particular in the GB3 Championship, but also in the UAE, which is just coming up, and also with your wider goal. What about Autosport International? What does that mean for you at the start of the year? A chance to see people that you've been working with, people that you will be working with?
Yeah, you know, Autosport is an extremely cool event. You know, I've never actually been here before, so it's a new experience for me, which is really cool. You know, experiencing everything. You know, also looking in the engineering area, which isn't exactly my department, but it's pretty cool to look at as well.
Do you have an interest in it?
I would say so. You know, I think having a good understanding of everything on the car and what the engineers do and what the car is doing is really important. So I'd say, yeah, I do have some interest in it.
So here's a little bit of advice. Have more interest in it, because it's going to feature more and more in your career as you go on. And also, one other question. Did you learn sort of phrases of Italian last year when you were racing in Italy?
Yeah, I learned a little bit. Not necessarily from racing in F4, but you know, the whole way through my karting career, I was racing in Italy all the time, and I raced for Tony Kart as well, which is a factory Italian team. So I learned a little bit when I was over there.
That's an important part of it. I remember many years ago being told that Michael Schumacher, in the closed season before he drove for Ferrari, learned to speak fluent Italian before he joined the team, so that they didn't have to speak sort of half English and he didn't have to speak half Italian. It's an important feature.
Yeah, it definitely is.
There we go. Alex, thank you very much indeed. Well done on last year. Good luck with this year. He is a champion here at Autosport International, champion of the Rocket F4 British Championship, certified by FIA, and it is Alex Dunne. Thank you over the next few days here on the main stage at Autosport International. We're going to be talking about quite a revelation around motorsport. It is called Race Against Dementia, and it is something that I'm sure, if you're a motorsport fan, you'll have heard Sir Jackie Stewart speaking about in recent years, because it was his brainchild, and I can't remember how many years ago it was he decided that he was going to do something about this a very serious issue that we need to address, and finding ways of looking after and taking care of people with dementia, and essentially, ultimately, hopefully, finding some kind of way out of this spiral that we are in. And Race for Dementia is something which is represented here at Autosport International with quite a cool feature. It features a memory wall, and all anybody here at Autosport is invited to do is to share a memory that they have of motorsport. It is to raise awareness, but they are doing some remarkable work behind the scenes, and we're about to find out a little bit more about it with two people representing Race Against Dementia, Bridget Barker and Emily Lane. Bridget, welcome.
Thank you.
So that was my introduction. Hopefully I summed up what the goal of Race Against Dementia is. It's something very close to Sir Jackie's heart, and when he was faced with the issue, like many of us in life are with our parents or our grandparents, he wanted to do something about it. Fortunately, Sir Jackie is in a position that he can do something about it.
Absolutely. About 6 years ago, when Lady Stewart was diagnosed with frontotemporal dementia, he took her to all the best doctors in the world and said, please cure her. And they all said, I'm really sorry. There's nothing we can do. And he was very shocked about that because, of course, Sir Jackie, as we all know, is a great achiever. And Formula One is a problem-solving industry. If things go wrong with a car one Sunday, everybody works all week so that they win the race the next Sunday. So he decided to form his own charity and to try and shake up the medical profession. Emily is a scientist, so she'll forgive me for saying that, but he is very concerned to find a cure or some kind of prevention for dementia in his lifetime. And Sir Jackie is now 83, and as he says, time is running out, so we've got to do something. 1 in 3 people born today will die with dementia unless we do something. Over 55 million people worldwide live with dementia. And it's not so bad, really, for the people who have dementia because they probably don't realise they've got it. But for those around them, it's heartbreaking.
Can we define dementia? Because my father had Alzheimer's. Is that dementia? Is that a form of dementia?
That's a form of dementia, but I'm going to pass you to the expert on this now.
Hello, Emily.
Hello, nice to meet you.
So can I ask the question then? My father had Alzheimer's. It was terribly upsetting to watch. He passed away with Alzheimer's that he'd had for 8 years, 9 years. There were some signs initially that he was getting rather forgetful, and then it all happened incredibly quickly. This is something that you're nodding about.
To your first question, dementia is an umbrella term that we give to a number of symptoms, including memory loss. And what the important thing is that there are many diseases that can lead to dementia. So when someone has problems with their memory, there are many different diseases that could cause it, and they all have different underlying causes. And that makes it really tricky. It's a challenge for us to research and to work out what's going on, and to also diagnose people with the correct diseases. As you said, there are often signs before someone's diagnosed that there are things that are changing. What's amazing is that actually there are changes in the brain and changes that we can detect via blood tests up to 10 to 15 years before people actually have symptoms.
Wow.
So before you visit a clinic,
Wow.
10 years in advance, scientists have found ways now to be diagnosing people with these different diseases. And that's amazing. But what we need now are treatments. So we need to understand what's going on so we can develop better treatments so that when people come, because would you want to have a blood test now to tell you in 15 years you might get Alzheimer's disease? Knowing that there's no treatment.
I wouldn't mind, actually.
You wouldn't mind?
I wouldn't mind knowing, yeah.
It splits people.
Yeah.
But what we need to do is to find treatments now so that when people are diagnosed, we have some hope and we can give them the hope that
And this was Sir Jackie's vision, if you like, that to pool all of the resources, the brilliant brains that are around the country and have specialist knowledge about dementia, to pool all of them to ultimately find a cure. How much closer are we getting?
So as Bridget mentioned, the speed of innovation and problem solving in Formula One is incredible. It's not matched really by any other industry. And Sir Jackie's vision was to bring together the brightest minds from Formula One with early career researchers in dementia to try and bring them together to accelerate progress. And we've got 14 fellows now globally, so in the UK, out in America, in Australia, all around the world, working on everything from basic science through to clinical trials. We've got clinicians seeing patients. And it's really a one-of-a-kind charity. And yeah, hopefully we'll...
So Jackie's vision was very much that the people who'd been doing dementia research have been doing it for 40 years and hadn't found a cure. If you look at what happened in cancer research, in 40 years, the landscape was completely transformed.
Absolutely, yeah.
So much money was put into it.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry to say that there are 4 times as many cancer researchers as there are dementia researchers. So Sir Jackie said, right, we've got to change the focus here. We've got to now focus on dementia because it is such a threat to everyone.
Yes.
And even today, pretty much everyone we've spoken to has said, my mother's got it, my father's got it, my aunt's got it.
It has touched everybody in some way.
It is touching everybody.
Yeah.
And being clinical about it, the social cost of looking after all these people is enormous. And it's heartbreaking. You know, emotionally, the toll, as you know, is a heavy one.
Yeah.
So we really have got to do something about it. So we need the best minds, as Emily says. We need more of that. We need to invest more in it. And we need to raise awareness, which is why we're here today, that people understand what a great issue it is and how we've got to tackle it.
It is such a tricky problem for a family to deal with, because although you still have that family member, the family member is actually gone.
Right.
And you've lost that person with no real warning. So although you're still looking at the face that you've known with my father all my life, the person isn't in there.
Absolutely. And so Jackie and I have been to a number of care homes, dementia care homes, and sadly the people often have no cognitive function at all, and they are sitting there.
Yep.
They don't respond to hello.
Yep.
They don't respond to anything. And as a society, we are looking after all of these people when, as you say, they've gone.
Yes, yeah.
So I think it's a very difficult problem.
It is.
The government, I know, is looking hard at it. I mean, David Cameron is the president of Alzheimer's Research UK. His mother has got Alzheimer's, sadly.
Right.
So he was really pushing while he was in office. Obviously, that's a while ago, but he's got great contacts in government, and he's really trying hard to make inroads and get more funding.
So in the 6 years that Race Against Dementia has been in existence, how much have you seen that's changed, Bridget?
Well, I really do think there's much more awareness now, and that's something, as I say, that we're pushing. We've been very lucky to be the charity of the year we were at Goodwood Festival of Speed, which was amazing. We had the Sir Jackie Stewart Classic in Firlston.
Yes.
We're going to be the charity of the year for the Grand National this year, which is amazing. So I think awareness, because everybody knew that cancer needed a lot of money and a lot of research.
Yes.
And I want today and this weekend to make people understand that dementia needs a lot of money and a lot of research. And of course, we're not a big charity, but we are doing our bit, and we want to do more.
Can I ask Emily a personal question? What made you decide that this was the route for your career in particular? What led you to this?
So I've always loved science. I knew I wanted to go into science, but my father's got Parkinson's disease, and he's had it for 16 years now, and he's really in the advanced stages. And he's just started to develop dementia. And as you say, watching someone go through this is horrible, and it's heartbreaking as a family to watch that and not be able to do anything. And so if, as a scientist, I can help to piece the puzzle together a bit and to get us closer to a scenario where less people and less families have to go through their suffering, then that's going to be a huge win.
I had a feeling that there was going to be a personal reason because, and I hope you didn't mind me asking, but inevitably with things like this, that's going to be the catalyst, isn't it, Bridget?
Absolutely. Well, my grandmother had dementia and it was very distressing.
Yeah.
So it is a huge problem.
So awareness, and here at Autosport International, we can do something about awareness. You have a memory wall and it's filling up.
It is indeed.
Now, the worrying thing about the memory wall, I just read a number of things that people have put on there. Sharing your memories, whatever it may be, from years. I remember most of them, and quite a few of them I was at. So it really does make you think, and that's what it's all about, isn't it?
It is, and how lucky we are to have our memory.
Yeah. So let's describe exactly where Race Against Dementia is. You are based, you've got a very lovely white and blue stand in Hall 2, just in front of the main stage. So Jackie is going to be here on Sunday
morning,
and he'll be talking pretty much exclusively about Race for Dementia, because it is something that he cares passionately about, with very good reason, and you two and the rest of the team are doing amazing work, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Absolutely superb. Race Against Dementia, everybody. They are doing amazing work, and you can go over there. I'm sure you've all got a motorsport memory. Go and share it on the wall just over there. But for now, Bridget and Emily, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much indeed.
Race Against Dementia.
Hello, everyone. And I see some people have brought their own seats and entertainment. I can see the merits. Let it not be said that the Autosport Show is not a meritocracy. More zingers to come, ladies and gentlemen. Can I welcome onto the stage a columnist with GP Racing magazine, but also a long-serving technical director, an engineer who has worked with some of the most talented drivers ever to grace the Formula One grid, now currently being lured back out of retirement to carry on his consultancy work with the Formula One group. It's Pat Symonds. I'm going to have to... Alan must be a bit taller than me. I'm just going to have to do this. Quite a letdown.
I like the fact you said I've been lured out of retirement. I wish I'd had the chance to retire.
Well, Pat, you know, you obviously like to keep busy, and you know, I suppose let's keep it topical to begin with. Part of your remit over the past few years has been to work with Formula One to actually provide a data-driven solution to the age-old problem of creating overtaking opportunities and conjuring a technical formula that will allow that to happen. So, where are we at with that? You know, obviously we saw a lot more of what you describe as peak end effect in a lot of races last year. I mean, how are we going to build towards a bit more of that through 2023?
Well, I hope with more of the same. In 2017, when Liberty took over the commercial rights of Formula One and asked me to join them, I'd been at Williams up until then, and I set up this small group. And of course, as Formula One, as the commercial rights holders, we can't write regulations. You know, that's the gift of the FIA. But we worked closely with the FIA, and the thing we had was budget. So I put together a very, very talented group of engineers, and we really studied what it was we wanted to do to improve the racing. Lots of other things going on as well, the budget cap, et cetera, But in this particular area, we said, right, what do we got to do? What do people want? And you see a lot of it, of course, in the aerodynamics of the 2022 car, which is a result of all the work that we did. But there were other things. The 18-inch wheel was part of that sort of seeking to make things a little bit better. And I guess I'm pleased to say that I think the results have borne out the work that we did. Now, you've got to remember in the past that there's never been this opportunity. I think the closest we ever got to it was the 2009 Overtaking Working Group, which I was a member of, but it was like a college project. You know, we had very little money to spend. We were trying to do it with 30% scale models in the wind tunnel, which is just not the way to go. This was a proper financed event. You know, we spent a lot of money on this. And yeah, it's worked well. So I'll now answer your question, which is where do we go from here? And it's more of the same. We're working on the 2026 car now. You probably know the power unit regulations have been released. We're still working on them. We had a whole day on them yesterday. But they are pretty well defined, and they're very interesting. The energy budget on the 2026 car is tight, and that's the way things should be as we look into our sort of low-carbon future. So we've got to have a car that matches it. But we mustn't lose anything that we've found about the overtaking, about the close following. And in fact, not only will we not lose that, but we'll improve on it, because any engineering project is never finished. At the point when you have to actually terminate it, you've still got a million ideas. And I think the 2026 cars will be able to race even closer.
There's been a few little amendments to the technical regulations for this year about the floors and various shapes and things like that. How did those come about? Was it sort of the FIA responding to the problem of the aerodynamic bouncing and porpoising? And what were your thoughts when people were actually surprised that happened, given that, you know, you were designing cars back in the days when ground effect was a thing and people were used to porpoising?
Yeah, well, let's be honest, I was surprised. So, I kicked myself a little bit because we did a lot of dynamic simulation. We, as part of the safety checks that we did when we'd started to develop, we were getting to a point where we were getting to know what the car would be like. We did some very dynamic simulations like spinning the car, what we call a high alpha test, where you put the car at an angle as if it's ridden up over the top of another car. So we were doing those, and I mean, they are incredibly complex simulations that will run for a couple of days before you get an answer out. But we never actually looked at the porpoising problem. So I was a little bit surprised. No, I wasn't surprised, but I hadn't anticipated it, I'll be honest. But I think it wasn't too difficult to overcome it. And, anyone who's involved with Le Mans cars, sports cars, they've lived with this problem for ages because they run quite a lot of ground effect, they run close to the ground, they have quite a stiff tyre. So they knew how to solve it. And I think that the teams that responded best were those who probably looked outside their own organisation a little bit. There are some changes, you're quite right. They lifted the edge of the floor a little bit for 23. Now that was something actually we proposed for 22, but we did it at a point where we needed to get a majority agreement to change the regulations, and the teams didn't want to change at that point. I think if they look back, they probably wish they had. So that's come in perhaps a year later than they would have liked it to, but it's relatively minor. The whole idea with what we're doing now is to consolidate. We had a big change in 22. We've got a big change coming in 26. So we really want to, 23, 24, 25, want to be a bit of consolidation.
Fancy that, the team's not actually voting for something to happen. So some things change in Formula One, but some things don't change at all.
Well, it's funny when you say about the things that we did manage to change when we came in as Liberty and took over from CVC. Up until that point, everything had to be unanimous. So any change had to be unanimous. So effectively, any team had a veto. And one of the things we did with the new Concorde that came in 21 was we changed it so we had what's called a simple majority and a super majority. Simple is not as simple as that, but at least it gave us the chance to make changes on the fly. And without it, we wouldn't have sprint racing, we wouldn't have been able to change the floors, there are lots of things we wouldn't have done, I think.
Can we talk a little bit about the sprint racing thing? Because I know in the past you've been a great advocate of, not necessarily reversed grids or that sort of thing, but finding some way of competitively determining a grid in a way that it doesn't necessarily reflect the natural pace order so that you have people out of position. How successful do you think without annoying your employers, of course, so how successful do you think the sprint's been? I know the promoters love it because it gets bums on seats on Fridays and Saturdays as well as Sundays.
Well, I think there are two things about it, and there are those who like it, there are those who dislike it. But to me, what we do is we have a competition. Now, what I like about a competition is one that's not predictable. It's why Oxford were playing Arsenal last week, and they were holding them 0-0 to half time. And that's I live in Oxford, by the way, and that sort of thing is great. Now, with a normal Grand Prix weekend, Friday does not provide any competition, and therefore, what's the attraction of it? Because that's what we're here for. We're here to compete. And in addition, the teams are so good with their simulation and everything these days, and then having all that time on Friday, we have reduced the time, but they've still got 2 hours of running to just sort of fine-tune the car, make sure everything's good. And what that leads to is predictability. So I think what the sprint does is it does two things. It allows us to have a competition on every day, because on Friday we've got qualifying, on Saturday we've got a sprint race, and on Sunday we've got a Grand Prix. And in my view, it does it without the sideshow taking away from the main event. And I think that's important because the Grand Prix is what it's all about. And by reducing the time that the teams have got to hone their cars, by putting in another error generator, if you like, in the sprint race, we have the chance to have a little bit of a more mixed up race. And those are the races that people like. And one of the things my group is doing in Formula One is we are studying very carefully what people like. And we're doing it, again, quite scientifically. We have sort of two ways of doing it. One, we have a number of people who we actually wire up while they're watching the race. We measure their galvanic skin response, which in layman's terms, it's like a lie detector. So we can see what their emotions are while they're watching a race. And we correlate that to what's going on. Then we also have written some very clever software which trawls social media and looks at what the sentiment, not just looking for words, it's much more sophisticated than that. But we look at what the sentiment is all the way through the race. And then we can actually drill down with that one and see what they're actually talking about. And from that, we find the things like it's the close racing rather than the overtaking. It's the peak end effect, the fact that you get a much better response to a race if it's exciting at the end rather than the beginning. So, everything we're doing, the phrase that all my guys get fed up of me saying is we must have evidence-based decision-making, rather than what happened in the past with sort of, why don't we do this, why don't we do that, and no work done to actually justify it. Whereas we're trying hard to, A, understand the problem, and then B, simulate how to get out of those problems and ultimately just get a better product for the fans, because that's what we care about.
It's all about kind of interpreting the facts properly, isn't it? Because I remember 2 or 3 years ago, I wrote a column for Autosport.com in which I roundly slated the Hockenheimring for being basically a bit of a shed. It's not a nice place to go and work. It's not even a great circuit. And the race after that, no less in eminence than television's David Croft came bundling up to me in the paddock and saying, you're talking absolute nonsense. We've just had one of the greatest, most exciting races ever at Hockenheim. And you're saying it's a rubbish circuit. Well, you're talking rubbish, aren't you? And I said, well, actually, no, because everything I said in my column was evidence-based. It is basically a complete hole. And the only reason you consider that race to be a massively exciting, a paragon of brilliant racing is that it just so happened that a massive European heatwave had chosen that weekend to transition to be thunderstorms, etc. on the Sunday, making it an unpredictable race. I might even have dropped in peak end effect into there just to bamboozle him further. But it's very easy to selectively interpret evidence to suit the outcome or the conclusion you've already reached, isn't it?
Absolutely. And the thing you've also got to remember is you've really got to look over a number of years before you determine things. People say, well, what circuits provide the best races? And you take something like Montreal. Montreal has given us absolutely some of the best races I can ever remember. But 2 years ago, probably one of the dullest, 3 years ago, one of the dullest races you can imagine. So you need to look at the statistics over time, which is, again, what we do, and then try and get that correlation again, building up, getting a better picture all the time. And the trouble is, of course, your tools that you're using to analyse all these things are getting better all the time. So then you have to go back and try and reanalyse what did happen, and you maybe don't have all the data you wanted. For example, people talk about overtaking. There was a lot more overtaking in 22 than in 21. Our view is that what's really exciting is close racing as opposed to overtaking, because close racing is the battle and the unpredictable outcome, whereas overtaking is the end of the battle and is the outcome. So do you want to look at how many overtakes there are? Well, yes, you do, but the advantage we have now is we can look at where the cars are every 200 metres around the track with the loop timing system that we have, and we can determine how close they are to each other all the way around the track. So going back and trawling through years of data to try and put all that together, it takes a bit of time.
if we take a venture away from data and into the world of subjectivity now, and to quote Steve Soper, go off on a tandem. The next issue of GP Racing magazine, we have a list feature that we compiled a panel of jurors to vote on who they thought were their fastest, were the fastest Grand Prix drivers of all time. We discussed it a little bit at the Autosport Awards, because you, of course, have worked with some of the people who made the top 10 of that list. And I think it's not going to be any great spoiler to say that, obviously, Michael Schumacher and Ayrton Senna feature in that list. And our sort of the ground rules were, we weren't talking about greatness, we were just talking about pure speed, who was the quickest over a single lap. And so what is it that makes the quickest drivers stand out from the ones who are not quite so quick in your mind?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I mean, I worked with Ayrton, I worked with Michael, I worked with Fernando, and...
Also on the list.
Good list. I must have taught them everything I knew, mustn't I? No, but seriously, the interesting thing is that, give or take a little bit, I worked with each one of those a decade apart. So, Ayrton in the 80s, Michael in the 90s, Fernando in the 2000s. And the thing you've got to remember is that what you wanted from a driver was very different in those 3 decades, because a decade in any business is quite a long time, but in motorsport it's like a century. Things change so rapidly. So with Ayrton, working with him at Tolman, it was in the days before we had really any data acquisition. We were just building our first data acquisition devices. So we were relying on the driver an awful lot, even down to what revs are you pulling at the end of the straight? Have we got the right top gear in? What's the water and oil temperatures? Have we got the radiators blanked correctly and things like that? So as well as driving a car fast, as well as being tactical, they were having to think of all these things. By the time you get to Fernando, we know a hell of a lot more about what's happening with the car than he does in terms of those sort of details. And so then what you're really looking for is you're looking for the driver who can interpret how you turn the vehicle dynamics into something that the driver can handle. Michael, for example, he liked a very unstable car, which of course is a way of making a car very quick, but you need to be a damn good driver to drive it. So he used to set his car up in quite an unstable manner, and his teammates often struggled with that because of the way it was. So trying to rate the drivers, who's quick and why are they quick, is really difficult when you're looking at that sort of period of time. And I dare say your list is going back a lot further than that. I think there are certain characteristics of the drivers that do carry through, and the prime one is having a huge self-esteem. Every good driver believes that they're not just a good driver, they're the best driver. And that's really, really important. But that's not something that's just present in motorsport. That's something in any sport, I think. So, yeah, what do you need? You need that ability to not have to think about when to press the brake, when to turn the steering wheel, when to open the throttle. It needs to be natural within you. You then need to, have the intelligence to understand when you got it right and when you got it wrong. And that's what makes you quick. Then you add all the other things in that make you a complete racing driver. The further intelligence to understand the tactical situation, the fitness, all these sort of things.
It's interesting that because Williams invited a group of journalists, including me, to their sim racing lounge a few months ago to race the F1 game against one another. And basically, I'd set a reasonably quick lap to begin with, and then every single one after that, when I tried harder, was slower. I mean, how common is that with drivers who kind of basically don't understand why they're going quickly when they're going quickly?
Well, my golf is like that, actually. Yeah, it's not... I mean, I've spent most of my professional career in Formula One, and by the time people have got to Formula One, you don't see that sort of thing. You generally see, the clever drivers are the one who ones who actually, they sort of think about each part of the circuit, they concentrate on it, then they put it all together, and then you get the quick lap. But, you know, these guys are so good that they'll do that in 5 to 10 laps, and, you know, that's probably as quick as they're going to go, not because they try harder and go slower. I mean, there are some who overdrive, and probably even in Formula One you see that because your biggest competitor is your teammate. Everyone knows that. And when you've got a really good teammate, you know, like those three that we mentioned, their teammates are always sort of looking at what they're doing, and they're just trying to go faster. And you can try too hard and then go slower, because you do need to be smooth driving, you know, even a Formula One car.
I tell you what, one thing I learned about the current generation of what F1 cars in that game is they do understeer. So I blame the understeer. There's lots of...
Could be your driving style.
It probably is. There are other drivers on the list because, as I said, it's about speed rather than greatness. And one of them is Jean Alesi, who, you know, someone else you probably worked with during your time at Benetton, and someone who was magnificently fast and yet only won one Grand Prix. I mean, what is it that sets the people like Ayrton Senna apart from drivers such as the ones lower down in our rankings, such as Jean Alesi, the Gilles Villeneuves, who won fewer races than probably they should have done?
Well, Jean only won one race, which is a Canadian Grand Prix in 95 or 6, and he only won that because we were leading and broke down. But, yeah, just thought I'd get that in. Yeah, I did work with Jean. Actually, I still see Jean a lot. He's an ambassador for Formula One now, so I see him at most races, and I love the guy. Definitely one of my favourite drivers as a person. But Jean was one of those people who he didn't think too much about it. In Benetton, he basically had two sort of setups for the car, and what we'd do on Friday is we'd sort of say, right, setup 1, try that, setup 2, try that, which one do you prefer? And let's go with that for the weekend, and then we'd sort of fine-tune it. And, you know, I think when you, if you asked him, where can we go quicker, how can we go quicker, he couldn't, he didn't know. He was a totally natural driver. You know, I was saying to be quick, you need to be natural, and that's why Jean would be on your list. But Jean was very quick, one of the nicest guys I've ever worked with, but not the complete driver.
So we've got time for one more question before we have to vacate the stage for our next guest. And if I can return to the subject of Fernando Alonso, the evergreen Fernando Alonso, who I think is at least 41 years old now, you know you're getting old when you're filling out a form and have to put in your date of birth and it takes you longer to scroll down to the actual year and that sort of thing.
Tell me about it.
What is it that has contributed to the fact that he doesn't seem to be any slower than he ever was? He just seems to be as quick as he ever was, and still the competitive fire burns within him. And you know, have we actually seen the best of him yet? Can we expect to see him, you know, win? Is he going to be in a position to win Grand Prix again?
Yeah, in the right car, I think he is. You know, he is in his early 40s now. We've got such a spectrum now. You know, from an 18-year-old can get in a car and drive as Stroll did, as indeed Verstappen did, right through into the 40s, because the cars they're not terribly physical to drive in terms of upper body strength and things. You still need a reasonable amount, but you know, they have power steering. You need to be able to resist the G-forces. But, you know, if you keep training, you can do that. And I think Fernando's mind is as sharp as ever. Is he as quick as he was? I don't know. I think there must be something that tempers you. It might be called common sense. I don't know. But I think if you put him in the right car, I'm damn sure he could still win races. You know, he had fabulous ability. And you've got to remember, yes, he's only won the World Championship twice, with us, of course, both times. But he's finished second a lot, and he could work any of those ones where he finished second, he wasn't far off winning. So he could have been a 5-time world champion, for example, but for a little bit of fate.
Well, we'll see. Another fantastically exciting year of Formula One in prospect. Thank you for your work. Thank you for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, Pat Symonds. And don't forget, while you're here, thank you for putting your chairs back so neatly. I like to see well-brought-up people here at the Autosport International Show. Now, we are here because we're employed by a thing called a magazine. You can help us stay in business by subscribing to our magazine. See my friends over there, to my right, to your left. Subscribe to Autosport or GP Racing this weekend. You can save up to 74% on a normal subscription and walk away with fantastic free gifts. Unimaginably fantastic free gifts. A book, a coffee holder, T-shirts, magazines. Do enjoy. We'll be back later with more great guests.
Welcome back to the Autosport main stage here for the return of Autosport International at the NEC. It's very nice to be back, that's for sure, and we've got drivers throughout today, Saturday and Sunday as well here on the main stage. We are about to welcome, we've had plenty of champions today. A 4-time British GT champion. He's found a very nice home at Aston Martin. Let's please welcome Johnny Adam. We were just catching up. I've followed your career. You started in saloons in Renault 5s, Renault Clios, Clio Cup champion, Seat Cupra champion, and then you found a home in British GTs. Was that, Johnny, always a plan? I mean, you had 1 year in BTCC, didn't you? The rough and tumble of touring car racing, but then GTs is where you found your home now.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the goal when we were doing the one-make stuff with Clios and Seats was to try and get to British touring cars, which we did so with motor-based performance with David Bartram's.
Which is when you became Johnny rather than Jonathan.
Yeah, he changed my name. Obviously, we struck a deal with Airwaves, and David, he basically put it on the truck and then told me after that my name change was...
He said to me, because David Bartram, the former boss of Motor-Based Performance, said to me, I'm from Kent, and we don't have anyone in the team called Jonathan. It's got to be Johnny.
Yeah. So that was a great season. You know, I really enjoyed British touring cars, and I enjoyed working with David and the team. But then obviously after that, it sort of became apparent for me, you know, my goal was to try and maybe get into sports cars, you know, and try and maybe carve a career with a manufacturer. You know, the ultimate goal when I looked into it was, wow, you could race a lot more, you know, more weekends, and race some cool cars, you know. So I had a very quiet year in 2010, but then went on to do stuff in British GT with a customer in Aston Martin with Beechstein. And then, yeah, from 2012, been with ProDrive and Aston Martin Racing, and I still love it, you know, still love the opportunities to see some countries that I've never been to and go racing in these countries.
It is an amazing opportunity, isn't it? Travelling the world, driving these exotic cars. They are incredible cars, amazing bits of technology. I mentioned at the start of this interview that, of course, we are the return of Autosport International this year, 2 years away following a pandemic. When you are a global GT driver, how difficult was it to get back into racing and travelling the globe?
It was difficult. You know, in 2020, the season really never started till June or July for us in Europe, and you know, the amount of COVID tests you had to do, paperwork you had to carry, and a lot of that was just procedures, really. And that was only from a driving point of view. You know, I would hate to have thought that the time and effort that went into from teams, you know, and organisers of those championships as well. But you know, it's obviously it's easier now to travel, but it was, you know, it was difficult. You had to quarantine in certain countries. You had to obviously make sure you done your test and you provided the right information.
There was
at the
a
right
lot
time.
of paperwork to make sure
There
you
was,
got
and
right.
sometimes, you know, you had to be on top of it. You had to make sure you had it on you, and that became easier because people genuinely didn't want to see a lot of that when it eased, you know.
Did you ever get it wrong?
No, I know a few that did and took the chance, but at the same time, you know, the championships that we raced with were very strict. You know, they very much made us do testing every 48 hours, made sure everyone was healthy, and if you weren't, unfortunately, then you were moved out the paddock and quarantined or and tested and released. But it was just part of it. But you know, motorsport went on. Grids haven't dropped. Grids never dropped when we were on.
Which is incredible in itself, isn't it?
It's so good. I mean, it's great to see, just in general, motorsport healthy, you know, and back to crowds. You know, I remember, you know, going to Le Mans in 2020. We had a great year. We won that year, but it was so eerie because it was only staff. It was only racing members that were allowed to be there. And it wasn't the same, you know. Le Mans is a massive spectacle in itself. 250,000 people normally attend, and it just wasn't what it should have been, you know.
End of the 2020 season in the BTCC, Ash Sutton won the title. It was a shortened season because it started in August and it finished at the end of October, beginning of November. And Ash Sutton won the title. He came into Parc Fermé at Brands Hatch, and I was talking about him, commentating as he arrived, and I thought I'd better clap because there's no noise. Yeah. And what would that feel like for someone that's just won the championship? That was an unprecedented thing to deal with and a really difficult thing for a driver. The crowd is everything, isn't it?
It's massive. You know, even in sports cars, you know, just touched on them all. Like that podium is one of the sought-after podiums in sports cars, you know, to stand there, especially in the top.
It's the Holy Grail, yeah.
Yeah, and when you're there, you know, in 2017 when we won with Aston, you know, there was 20,000-30,000 people there, and you know, different flags of different manufacturers, and everyone's there celebrating what is, you know, a milestone to get to an end of 24, but they're also celebrating the winners. But in 2020, you had mechanics, you know, you had a few people from the pit lane. It just didn't feel the same. And it was a shame because
what a shame.
It was a customer we raced with, and they wanted to try and achieve that goal of winning that race, and we did. And they were delighted with the trophy, but the actual, when you talk about the atmosphere, and even at Le Mans, we do the parade on the Friday.
Yeah.
That's only just come back, you know, last year.
Through the town, yeah.
Yeah, and it's an awesome, you know, part of the week itself, you know. There's 50, 60,000 people that go there, and, you know, it normally gets a drunken mess on a Friday night, but it is such a spectacle. And as somebody that's maybe never done Le Mans, that is part of the week. That's what makes you think, well, this is such a special event before the race even starts on the Saturday.
This is me doing this, and I'm here, and it's real. Yeah. I totally know the feeling. Not having enjoyed it, but having watched it, it's an incredible thing. Aston Martin has been amazing for you. Over 11 years, something like that. the countless titles, the countless wins, all the things you've achieved. But they, last year, were even more incredibly kind in your career because they allowed you to drive another manufacturer's car. So can you tell us about what saw you in a car other than an Aston Martin last year?
Yeah, it was very different and very unusual for me to drive anything.
Didn't feel right, to be honest.
No, it was very weird for you know, since 2012 really, being a factory driver at ProDrive and Aston Martin Racing. It's all I know is these cars, you know, and you know, you engage yourself with customers that drive these cars. So for the first time, I drove something not an Aston or badged an Aston. So it was weird. It was weird doing a seat fit. It was weird feeling what the car was like. But
it was.
You know, I still, you know, they're part of the family is Aston. You know, I've been there a while now. We've had some great success. But it's very much now, you know, it's all about customers for us. You know, we race with customers all over the world. We produce, you know, GT3 cars, and our big car at the moment is the GT4 car that we've sold over 100 cars across the world, especially in America. It's a very good platform for that. But, you know, it was just weird to drive something different. But the balanced performance that GT racing has makes the cars still do a similar lap time. So they're just slightly different in different ways of how you need to get the best from. But the ultimate lap time is pretty much identical.
You've driven some amazing circuits around the world, very different circuits. If you bear in mind when you won the Clio Cup Championship, you're driving on circuits only in the UK, which are all unique in character, aren't they? They set you up pretty well for an international career, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, I miss places like Croft. I miss places like Thruxton.
All drivers say this, yeah.
You know, at Thruxton, you know, even in a front-wheel drive car on a qualifying lap is scary. You know,
Yeah,
you
of
have to
course it
hang
is,
on
yeah,
to it, and
yeah.
then you have to be brave enough out the back to get the lap time out of it. So, you know, I've not been there since 2009, so
Wow.
it's, yeah, those type of circuits.
I can let you know, it hasn't changed. It's the same.
But the nice thing, like in the UK, when you have drivers from a European background that come to do a British Championship, like British GT, for example, last year, they absolutely love circuits, old school circuits, you know, like Oulton Park, Donington in a way, because we don't get that much in Europe, or especially an FIA graded circuit. There's so much runoff, you know, and now a GT3 car with the aero platform it has, with the tyre development that it has, it's so fast around places like Oulton Park, you know, and for a pro it's scary, but for a customer that's there doing it, and really they're going super fast around there nowadays.
They are amazing bits of kit, aren't they?
They are. I mean, they've changed a lot. I mean, GT3 is a platform now. In 2024, it will be allowed now globally to race at Le Mans and to do a World Championship. But the great thing about GT3 racing is you could take that product, whatever manufacturer you choose, and race it as many weekends of the year. You can finish your season in Dubai with the family or Abu Dhabi, and you could start the season in a completely different country. And for teams that are busy, it's a busy season. You know, some teams can do, you know, 10 to 20 weekends quite comfortably with a similar car, you know, so it's great. And the grids aren't getting smaller, you know, it seems to, you know, it's on the up at the moment. And I think where sports cars have gone now with the top class at Le Mans and WEC, you know, they just announced the WEC entry a few days ago. And
with great excitement,
yeah, I mean, you've got Ferrari returning to the top class, Porsche there with Penske, Cadillac, you know, and that does filter from the top class to the GT class, you know, so I think, you know, we're in an era, I think, that's going to be really special over the next 5 or 6 years across the board in sports cars.
As far as circuits are concerned, we've just touched upon them. Is there a circuit in the world that you'd like to pedal your Aston Martin GT3 around that you haven't yet been to?
Bathurst. Yeah, it's on the bucket list for sure. It's, you know, they do a 12-hour race normally, you know, start of February, first or second week of February, and it's the one race I would love to attend because, you know, I'm a motorsport fan. I follow V8 supercars and I see what those guys can do around there. And then you watch the GT race, and it is just, I think it's an old school circuit, a bit like we have some in the UK. But it's so, I think, rewarding when you get a lap round there. And it's a cool race, a 12-hour race. It normally starts quite early in the morning, so normally the first driver does the first half an hour, 45 minutes in the darkness. But globally now, it's an international race, you know. So now you have a lot of V8 supercar drivers that maybe will attend or do that race. but it's now part of the Intercontinental GT Championship. It's normally their first round, and it's taken a lot of big manufacturers there, so it's high up on the bucket list. I would love to try and get there one
And of
day.
course, the final round of that is now the Golf 12 Hours at Abu Dhabi. It's quite a championship that goes to some really nice places, doesn't it?
It is. You know, there's so many different things you could do in sports cars. You know, whether it's trying to get to Le Mans with the ACO in the World Championship or the European Le Mans Championship, but with SRO globally now, you know, Stefan Rattel's done such a great job with everything. You know, from a British National Championship to his, you know, to the European-based championship with GT World Challenge, and now with Intercontinental GT, as you mentioned, you know, they've got 4 big races across the world, and I think it ticks a lot of boxes for a lot of enthusiasts that want to get into sports cars, that there is a chance to race at your maybe the race or the circuit you want to go to, you know.
So Bathurst is a box that you would like to tick that you haven't yet ticked. Are there any more?
I'd like to get back to doing Nordschleife. You know, I've not been there for maybe 3 years. I was there in 2015 and 16 with Aston Martin Racing as a factory car, but it's an awesome circuit, you know, and the grid's still big. It's still 100, 120 cars. It's a hard race. You know, physically it's hard for the car. It's a long lap. And a lot of manufacturers, you know, especially the German manufacturers, it's their big event for the year. And, you know, a lap round there, if you get a quiet lap, because normally the lap isn't too quiet, if you do be lucky and get a quiet lap at speed, there's big risk because there's no runoff, but the reward if you do a lap is a massive adrenaline rush, you know. And those type of circuits I still really, really enjoy, you know.
You are unchanged in all these years as a bloke. What has kept you grounded? You're the same chap I remember chatting to when you were racing in Renault Clios, in Seat Cupra. You're the same bloke. I mean, there is a temptation to surely to change, to become big-headed, to become overconfident, but you haven't.
No, I mean, I just love doing, I'm so lucky at doing what I'm doing, you know, to be still in this industry, paid to be a professional driver, you know, and still race, you know, for an awesome brand that's Aston Martin, you know, with customers. And I still pinch myself that I'm actually still doing this, you know. But at the same time, I still love getting behind the wheel, you know. I still love the coaching side to it as well, you know. I still love working with customers and them not really believing in themselves that they could do that type of lap time, but you somehow, with the team, get that lap time out of them. And then, you know, sometimes I actually get more nervous for them on the pit wall.
Yeah, I've seen you doing that.
You know, when you're in communication, talking to them, and we have like live telemetry as well on the car, so you could physically see what they're doing, good and bad, you know. And when they do that lap time, I actually sometimes feel more proud for them than they do themselves, you know. So I still enjoy that part, and that's for GT racing. It's a big part, you know, because in touring cars, you're yourself, you know. You've got your crew, you've got your team, but really there's only one champion, and it's one driver's championship. With GT racing, you could be sharing the car with 2, 3 other people, so you really need to be a team player. You need to get the best from each other. So I love that part, I really do.
Well, it's great that you are the same bloke, and with all the success that you have enjoyed, and much more success to come, I would imagine, in your career, it is a credit to you, because that sort of success doesn't come without a lot of hard work. You guys make it look terribly simple, but I know behind the scenes there's a massive amount of work. So thank you for joining us here, Johnny.
No problem.
Great to have a little catch up. Johnny Adam, everybody, absolutely fantastic. The 1990 British Touring Car Champion has brought his fan club again. Rob Gravett, welcome to the main stage here at Autosport International. We were just talking before coming on here about back in the day, late 1980s, early 1990s, you won your BTCC title in 1990. We'll talk about that in a couple of moments, but the interesting thing is that I remember those days as you do. We were chatting about them like they were yesterday, just a couple of moments ago. But now you're going through the whole process from another angle. And it is the fact that your son Bradley has chosen a career in motorsport. How easy or how difficult is that proving to be?
Well, it's really interesting, actually, because I always said to Bradley, that my son, that you shouldn't race because I raced. You should race because you want to race. So I tried really hard to stop it because it was all right when I was in the car, but when my son's in the car, of course, I freaked out because, you know, it's a dangerous sport, isn't it?
And racing drivers are generally control freaks. You want to be in control of the car.
Well, when I was in the car, I always felt I had some element of control in the car, so that was a good thing.
When he is, none.
Well, when I look at him, I mean, he does have very good car control, to be fair to him. But, you know, when they're all screaming into the first corner, and I just know the sort of things that can happen, and it freaks me out. And interestingly enough, I had to ring my father because he financed my racing prior to cars when I did motocross. So at 15 years of age, I became British motocross champion, and at 16, I was representing England in the World Championships, and a lot of people don't know that. And I used to crash, and I used to come back, and my father would look at me and say, well, why did you do that? You know, you need to get back on the bike, and we'll fix the bike and get it all sorted out again. But I had to ring my father and say, look, I really need some help here because I'm freaking out when he's out in the car. How did you do it? And he came back to me, he said, well, you have no idea, have you? I said, what do you mean? He said, well, I used to be physically sick with the worry, but you know, I never saw that. I just didn't see it because he kept that away from me.
From you, yeah.
So no matter how hard I tried to stop Bradley driving, it made him more intent on actually wanting to do it. And one thing that you cannot buy is desire, particularly in any type of sport, but particularly in motorsport. You have to have the desire, the want, and the will to be able to try and succeed. And I think he has that. Not because he's my son, because I can see it. So we'll see what happens with that.
So Brad's going to be here tomorrow, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
He has completed now 2 years with Mini Challenge cars, top tier of Mini Challenge last year.
Correct.
And this year, something a bit more exciting on the horizon.
Well, he's still competing. He's now running with Accelerate, which is a great team, very professional team, and brilliant to be with them. So I think we're very fortunate, or he's very fortunate to be there. But he's now been designated as one of the test and development drivers in the touring cars, which is exactly where he wants to be.
Just where Dad was.
Just where Dad was, and that's, of course, where he wants to be. So that will lead very nicely, potentially into him becoming a touring car driver the following year. So we'll see how it goes. I think he's fast, not because he's my son. Because if anything, I'll go the other way. But I think he's fast. I think he's learned quite a lot. You know, it's not just about driving fast. You have to know what's going on around you. You have to be able to deal with people, understand each separate driver individually as to what they may or may not do, because they're all different.
Yep. To understand what they're likely to do.
To understand what they're likely to do. So you've been around it forever, so you'll understand exactly what I mean by that. And you'll have aggressive drivers, you'll have less aggressive drivers. But the last 2 or 3 years, he's learnt an awful lot. He's also got a company that's been looking after him, a company called Thinking It Better. And they've, I didn't have this when I was younger, I had to do this on my own.
Yes.
But they've been spending an awful lot of time with him last year, and it will continue into this year. And what they do is, it's like a mindset thing to understand what's going on. And, you know, driving cars, it's not just driving cars, it's all the pressures of the people that support you, the pressures of maybe not getting the result that you might have wanted to have had, or something falling off the car, or whatever it may be. And they control all of that, or make him control all of that. So that's really interesting, actually, for him. And I can see standing back, because I do stand back from it. I'm not one of those parents that is racing through his child. I stand one step back. I'm always around, but he needs to do it on his own. But that company, Thinking About It, has done a brilliant job.
So it has come on a long way from the 1980s, the 1990s, when you were racing in the BTCC and winning championships, because there are so many more opportunities for young drivers to prepare them fully for a career in motorsport. It's about doing things like this. It's about talking to the media. It's about saying the right things at the right time. The mindset, the physical fitness, the dietitians. You didn't have that, did you?
All of those things, and it's quite interesting. When touring cars was big, and it was very, very big in the 90s, we didn't mean to do, but we took a lot of money out of grassroots. We now run a company. We've just introduced a new oil company, Rowe, which is a fantastic oil company. They have all the racing oils and the massive support behind it, all the technical support, which is fantastic. So we're now in the UK, and that's very exciting. But we run a program called DRS System. I have 20 drivers across different sectors, young drivers, that we try and help those young drivers, the youngest one being 8 years of age. There are some boys and there are some girls in there. I can never understand why girls, they should be winning, because they can multitask and men can't multitask.
Yeah, women are notoriously better at multitasking than we are.
Exactly.
I'm rubbish. I can't do it.
And you know, we teach people, Sarah Green has been very helpful with this. We put people behind a camera. So each one of those 20 drivers had 1 minute to talk about themselves, which doesn't sound like a lot of time, but just give me 1 minute and tell me about yourself. So we help with all the presentation skills. We talk to them about sponsorship. The problem is with sponsorship, quite often the connotation of sponsorship is free money. And it really is not free money. My preferred word is investment, because it's an investment. The moment you take any money off any type of individual, you're effectively working for those individuals, that corporate, for their services or their products or whatever. So we talk to them about that and what they should be doing. Then we talk to them about social media. The world has changed now, hasn't it? You know, you can get out.
Yeah.
As we talk here now, we're out live. You know, these things that
globally.
Yeah. So all of those things which are very, very important. And we also talk to them about fitness. And then we bring back in Thinking It Better, and they talk to them about the mindset. So I had to deal with all my mindset stuff before on my own. Whether I got it right or not, I don't know.
So Rob, with hindsight, are you happy with the era that you raced in, or would you like to be of Bradley's age, just starting out now?
I think I was very fortunate to be around at a time when touring cars was very powerful. I mean, the cars were ridiculously fast. It was very competitive, and then we went into super touring. But, you know, coming back from that just a little bit, when in 1986, I won 2 championships back to back. In 1987, I went, and that was the first year I drove a Cosworth. And I started off in the Uniroyal Championship, which is the major championship, and I won the first round of the Uniroyal Championship, and that was fantastic. And the second round of the championship was at Thruxton 2 weeks later. But the problem was it's very difficult to test at Thruxton, but what I did find was the Munro Championship was running the week after, so I thought, well, what I'll do, I'll enter that, and that'll be great because I can use that as a test for the following week. The problem was I then won that, so I'm now winning 2 championships. Anyway, long story very short, I ended up winning both those championships, so 4 championships in 2 years, madness, absolute madness. But I had help, and I had help from a guy called Jerry Marnie. We started off with a wheel hire, and he was sponsored by a company called Aquati. Yeah. We became very good friends, and he introduced Aquati to me, which helped me get towards the end of the season. And even bigger than that, the following year, after winning 4 championships in 2 years, I went to Silverstone for the first round of the Group 8 Championship, which was where all the big RS500s were running. No drive. Yeah. And I cried at Silverstone because I thought, what more do I need to do? Yeah. And Jerry Marnie was the influencer to get Peter Hall, who owned the ICS part of Ralph's ICS, to get a test. So the
Brought it all together.
big thank you to that man.
Yeah, wow.
And I was actually on here yesterday, and I didn't mention it, and I should have mentioned it. So I apologise to him, because I should have done, because without him, I probably wouldn't be doing touring cars. But the reason why I'm saying all of this is you need people to help you along the way.
Yeah.
But it's all about give and take as well. You
Yeah.
can't just take; you also have to give back as well.
1990.
Yep.
Your Trackstar RS 500. Teammate Mike Smith.
Yep.
At the time, a household name.
Yeah.
He was a BBC television star. He was a breakfast show radio presenter as well, and not bad in a motor car.
No, he was very fast.
Do you know where those cars are now? Do you know who's got them?
I know that my 1990 car, which I understand was at that time the most winningest RS 500 in the world, and it was the only car that won the BTCC outright, because you had the classes underneath that.
That's right.
Is now racing in Germany, and I understand it's actually winning in Germany
Is it really?
as well. So Zach Brown bought that car, actually.
Did he really?
Yes, he did.
He's got quite a collection of Zach, hasn't he?
And I believe Alonso drove the car at Jerez
My goodness.
and said we were all completely mad because it was so outrageously fast.
Well, all you need to do is to go onto YouTube and watch a few videos of those RS 500s in the touring car race, the gear race at Macau, and you realise just how insane those machines were.
Yes.
And plenty of people are buying them now, aren't they?
Well, it's gone big again, hasn't it? I mean, it really has. And I think the thing is that they visually looked, from the outside looking in, massively fast.
They were special
ridiculously fast.
Yeah.
And it didn't feel quite that way when you were in the car, except for you were on qualifiers, because we used to be able to run qualifiers at that time, and qualifying boost and all the rest of it, and that was complete madness, you know. So you'd get to a corner and think, well, this is the absolute death on the brakes. Count to two. I must admit, I counted it very quick, 1, 2, and then braked, and you still made the corner. But we had to set the car up differently because we had so much grip on those tyres. The car would literally two-wheel, but two-wheel to a point where it could go over. So we had to change the setup. So we had to go all through those processes to do that sort of thing. So I was very fortunate, I think, to be able to do that. Very fortunate to be able to race around the world. The only sad thing is I didn't race in the States, and I wish I had done. I would have liked to have done that, and I should have done. But it's now more about Bradley. You know, I mean, he's racing JCW this year, but it's virtually a full-time job for him just to support the people that are behind supporting him. So he can't hold down a proper job, even at that level. Although I must say, they're very fast cars, actually. Anthony and Justina have done a brilliant job with that.
Have you driven one? Or do you have the...
So that's a good question.
Do you feel like you'd like to?
Well, so when we were running with another team and the setup wasn't particularly good, I said, look, I don't mind. I'll get in the car and I'll do some setup work, because I've never not been able to get into a car and make it faster, ever. I don't know why I've got that ability, sort of, maybe it's an innate ability. And when I suggested it to Bradley, although I own the car, when I suggested it to Bradley, he said, oh, no, Dad, you can't do that. I said, well, what do you mean I can't? He said, well, you might crash it.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's a difficult thing to say to your dad.
There's your father-son relationship.
Yeah, BTCC champion in 1990 and not allowed to drive it. I thought he was going to say, just in case you go quicker than me.
Well, now he would say he's faster than me, and he may well be faster than me now. But yes, so we do have those conversations, of course.
Now, Bradley is joining us tomorrow.
Yes,
so we're going to be concentrating a little bit more on his career and the future for him.
Yeah.
Where do you see his future, or do you not have a part in that? Is that totally down to Brad?
I think, no, we do there is a plan, and the plan originally was to do 2 years in JCW, and the third year, which would have been this year, to have gone touring cars. We were using a team which, these cars have to be set up very well.
Yeah.
They have to be prepared very well. And unfortunately, the car was not prepared. So we moved teams later into the series into Accelerate. And when they stripped the car down, they said, basically, this car should not be running. It was that bad. So
it's your car.
We've lost,
you own the car.
Yeah, so we've lost a year. He's lost a year, really.
Yeah.
And there's no point in putting him up too soon. He needs to be at a point where he's able to run competitively In truth, he probably could, but I think another year won't hurt him. So we'll hopefully see him in a touring car, not this year. We'll see him testing, but the following year, hopefully he'll be in the series, and hopefully he'll be with Accelerate.
They are very different cars to the cars that we've just talked about, the RS 500, the Cosworths of the late 80s and the early 90s. One thing remains constant, and the success of the championship is in no small part down to the television coverage, and we enjoy a full day's coverage with ITV Sport. It's quite exceptional terrestrial coverage that we have. Back in the day, your programmes were the late great Murray Walker commentating on Grandstand on BBC One. So both are responsible for making everyone household names.
Well, you know, Murray Walker could make a boring race into an exciting race, couldn't he?
Because he loved every form of motorsport.
He absolutely loved it, and he knew all about the drivers, he knew all about the cars, he knew all about everything. But I have to say the coverage, I mean, Tim's doing a great job, isn't he, to be fair to him. And I think it's exciting. You know, I think that there is some good stuff going on. Just to go back to the JCW, I mean, those cars are not much slower on some circuits than the touring cars. And I was speaking to Bobby Thompson last year, actually, because he drove one the year before.
That's right.
And he found them much more difficult to drive than the touring car. So in theory, I've always made it difficult for Bradley. If you can drive a car that's difficult to drive, if you put him into an easy car.
That's what you need to do, isn't it? Yeah.
And that's what my father did to me, with me, when I was on motocross. So he'd make me ride a bike that was not quite as quick as it should have been, so I could extract the absolute maximum out of it. Then put me on a quicker bike. I just went faster. So that's the plan anyway.
Did you have, when you were younger, did you have a plan B? Was there a plan B day job alternative to what you've ended up doing, which is driving for a living?
Well, I started a business when I was 17. I started a motor factor business. I worked for somebody for about 6 months. It's the only person I worked for properly. But then you're always working for other people because you're working for your clients, aren't you? And it's interesting now because I'm back into that scene really with the Rowe oil company, which, as I said earlier on, has just come into the UK.
And you're here, aren't you?
And we're here. We've got a great big stand just opposite here now.
Yeah.
And we've got, there's 9 people on the stand. We're terribly excited about it because they do all the high-performance products for all the supercars and all the way down through to agriculture, to motor factor stuff. And that's where I started off with the motor factor. So I have some understanding of how that works. But we're focusing on motorsport to start with. And we've had a very good, we've been here and there's some really big interest going on with regard to that. So we're not just about box shifting, we're about trying to support people that may need to have advice on what they should use. And interesting enough about oils, the educational awareness of what one should use when you're using a product is very low.
Right.
It's amazing, really. I mean, I've got an M5, and I'm still not sure what oil to put into the car.
Oh, I know
I mean, how bad is that?
Yeah, no.
And I was with a Shell for years, and so I should know.
Yes, you
I
were.
sort of do know now because I've been told. But what I'm saying is, with cars now, particularly current cars, if you don't use the right oil, you can end up having a big problem.
Yeah.
And so we're there. We've got technical help with all that and all the rest of it. So we're very excited about that. And so we'll see how all that goes. So you'll look out for Rowe. I think you might see quite a lot of it next year.
We're very grateful because of Rowe. That's why you're here joining us here on the stage, because you're just one of our local neighbours to the main stage here at Autosport. Now, tomorrow you're coming back with your son, Bradley, so we'll split the time evenly. He'll be looking the other way and saying, "Oh, Dad, we don't want to hear this."
He'll be giving me a hard time. You know that. You know he's going to give me a hard time tomorrow.
Of course he will.
Yeah.
But we'll get that tomorrow.
Right.
For now, Rob, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Rob Gravett, everybody.
afternoon, and we have our first seated people already. Oh, you don't want to sit on that cold, hard floor. That's how my pile started. Anyway, let me introduce you today an exciting threesome from Extreme E, drivers who will be visiting some of the most inhospitable places on the planet, including Scotland, but also other places. Let me welcome in no particular order, Hedda Hussos, Katie Munnings and Kevin Hansen. And I would beware, if you want to adjust your seat, mind how you go, because the little thing fell off when I tried to adjust mine this morning. But, there we go. Guys, welcome back. We got an addition to our gang today. Katie, welcome aboard. Now, there's a complicated family arrangement here. I'm going to have to draw a mental Venn diagram, because you've been Kevin's brother's teammate with Andretti. You're back in Andretti again for this season's I keep calling it Formula E, Extreme E.
I am, yes. So I'm part of the Hansen family somehow. We always say we have the faster Hansen in our team, though, obviously, with Timmy, Kevin's brother.
It's honestly, they say the other way around, but you don't dare to admit it. But okay, I'll take it.
Kevin, you're fresh from the live action arena. How's it been? You've managed to keep it out of the wall?
Yes, maybe it was close that some people didn't keep it out of my car, but we did it all right, and it was a good show. And it's, a lot of fans out there watching, and it's such a great atmosphere. The live arena is really a good vibe, and enjoying also promoting the only electric car out there on the show with RX2E and the junior rallycross category. So no, it's a big fun.
Must be quite good for you not have to breathe in quite so much fumes in an indoor arena with an electric car.
Well, it's a bit of fumes here and there, but for sure it's quite fun when you play with the electric car, because you just, you can do exactly what you want. You don't need to take care of the engine or anything. You put it on a slide and floor it, and it, never stops spinning. So it's really an entertainment car and having proper fun. So for sure, still some tire fumes, but we're okay.
Now, Hedda, we were talking backstage. You've been out sampling the culinary delights of Birmingham, haven't you? You've been out sampling the nightlife. Can you tell us about your experiences yesterday evening in Birmingham?
Yeah, I just went to dinner with the Veloci team. We have a nice dinner in Birmingham. I think it was called the Forest. Really nice food. I had some fish, actually. So yeah, it was a great evening.
A group of us a few years ago tried to go out in Birmingham. I think we tried to get in the Marco Pierre White restaurant, and we were denied entry because Television's David Croft was wearing trainers. And I pointed out to the guy on the door that there's a massive picture opposite the door of Marco Pierre White walking down the street in trainers. I said, the bloke who owns this restaurant wouldn't even be allowed in his own restaurant. Anyway, enough of this nonsense. Katie, you've had a bit of a TV career as well as a racing career. I mean, can you tell us a little bit about that? How did you get into doing your TV work, which you then kind of had to give up to focus on rallying again?
Yeah, so I started in the European Rally Championship, and I won the Ladies European Rally Championship in, I think, 2016. And then I was on BBC Breakfast from that, and one of the producers came up with an idea just from listening to my interview about creating a kids' TV show called Katie's Amazing Machines, and it became kind of like Top Gear for kids. So I would I'd fly helicopters, submarines, snowplows, basically any machine that a kid would be interested in. I would test it and kind of give my review on it. So that was pretty fun, but I was trying to race full-time in the European Championship as well. And it just got so intense with my season, I didn't want to half do each job. So I decided to kind of shelve that life for now and focus on the racing.
Well, they do say you should never work with children or animals or journalists. So.
I'm still kind of doing that, though, working with the Hansons.
How did the Extreme E break come about? Because, it's a new championship, it's constantly in evolution. And it's not strictly rallying, is it?
No, not at all. To be honest with you, when I had a few conversations with Extreme, and I had no idea what they were talking about. They were saying that they were going to transport electric cars around the world on a massive cargo ship, and we'd race in the most remote locations like the Amazon rainforest. And it seemed like a really far out idea from what motorsport classically looks like. And then one night I just got a call on a Friday night from America, and it was Roger, my now team principal, and he was just phoning me up, and he said that they were starting a team and that they'd kind of looked at a few different people and wanted to work with me. And I had no idea that Timmy was going to be my teammate until after I'd signed my contract, so I got quite lucky there. And it's been quite a good...
Or unlucky, I don't know.
Maybe they didn't tell me for a reason.
More unlucky, maybe.
Now, Timmy's the older brother, isn't he? So have we got kind of a classic bit of the older brother thinks he's the smartest one in the room going on? And maybe Kevin shouldn't be the one who answers this.
No, Kevin thinks he's the smartest one in the room, always.
We're 6 years apart, so actually when we grew up, I was always, when he came home and learned something, driving Formula BMW or whatever he was doing, then he always came back home to me and teach me the same thing. So I think, a lot why I could be, good at a young age is really thanks to him and my family to have really pushed me and learned me so much at a young age. So I think I'm quite fortunate that he's a bit older for sure. And the last few years, maybe he has been, a bit more ready for the challenge of the top fighting for the World Championships. But the last year or two, we are really on a level that is quite interesting for the Hansen team, because then we're in the same one. But in Extreme E, luckily we are on our own sides, and we can really
perform as maximum as we can. And I'm happy that Katie can take care of Timmy, so I don't have to. So we still haven't got quite. What happens when one of you beats the other? I want to know. Is there a little bit of kind of ha going on?
No, I don't know. I think honestly, if I don't win, the one I would prefer to win is Timmy for sure. I mean, it's my brother, and he's using my last name. It's the same last name, so whatever can be the best for our name is what I would wish for. And obviously, I want to win the series together with Veloci and Molly, and also the World Championship in Rallycross, and that includes beating Timmy, Katie, and Hedda. So it's a bit brutal.
I love a little bit of needle.
Good. It's a good atmosphere, the Hansen family, I promise.
That's the energy that normally comes out during a race, not like a nice interview, Kevin.
Sorry.
Maybe we should have got Timmy here as well, and then obviously separated, so that you could kind of separate them when they come to blows, as I'm sure siblings do. Now, yesterday we talked a little bit about the previous Extreme E season. Can we kind of look ahead to this year's season? Is there any particular round, and I'm going to ask every single one of this question, maybe Hedda can pick this one up first. Is there any particular round you're looking forward to this year because of the location and the type of terroir you're going to have to cover in it?
I think Amazon is going to be really cool because it's just an incredible place that we never will go to anyway. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to that round, I think.
Well, I think from my point of view, racing for a British team going to Scotland will be quite interesting. So it also is a beautiful, scenery that we will face there. It's just on the edge of spring, and it's I've never visited, so that's going to be really exciting. But obviously, Extreme has so many locations, so it's a really fascinating championship, and the importance of each location with the climate crisis also, every time getting really close to your heart. So that's the special thing about this series.
Do you know, every day is a climate crisis in Scotland. I'm going to teach you a Scottish word to describe the weather there. It's dreich. Can you say the word?
Doesn't mean dry, does it?
No, dreich.
Dreich.
Dreich. It's a wee bit dreich. That means it's absolutely minging weather, like raining horizontally and stuff. Anyway, Katie, the round you're most looking forward to, unless you're looking forward to Dreich, Scotland.
Not sure I'm looking forward to the rain, if it's going to be raining. No, I think for me, also the same as Kevin said, like visiting all of these amazing locations that you would never really visit. I mean, Greenland was a highlight going there a couple of seasons ago. I think, yeah, probably what Hedda said, Brazil, that would be amazing. Or Yellowstone, I think that's also an option. So yeah, I think when we go to each of these locations, it's not just about the race. You see the natural environment that's been damaged by the effects of climate change. And then for me, what's so interesting is listening to the scientists that stay on and their legacy programs and how that research that they're doing with their universities is then combining with Extreme's kind of legacy programs and budgets towards making some real lasting change there. That's pretty cool to see. And when you get to do that in a new location, it's pretty special.
The series really feels like it's getting stronger by the year. Obviously, you know, the launch timing wasn't great because of the pandemic, and the pandemic changed a lot of stuff. But it seems like there's much more, there's growing interest in it. You know, we have McLaren coming in last year. We've got DJ Carl Cox buying a team this year or launching a team. You know, what did you think when you heard? You're probably too young to remember DJ Carl Cox. Maybe you're all too young to remember the 1990s. Is the arrival of DJ Carl Cox something that actually means anything to you, or is it just for the older people in the Extreme milieu?
No, definitely. I think I'm probably the oldest, am I? Yeah. I was born in '97, so I don't really remember much, but I know obviously his music, and he visited us last year in Sardinia. He came to a race, and then he did a set on the kind of after party, which was pretty cool. Yeah, he's such a lovely guy, just like super enthusiastic about motorsport. So I'm sure they're going to have some good music playing in their garage throughout the weekends.
Yeah, hopefully that won't be his only role, so choosing the music. And you know, in terms of the sort of the developments of the cars, do you know sort of if there's going to be sort of like a Formula E style development step coming at any point over the next couple of years, or are we just going to bed in the Odyssey 21s over the next few seasons?
I think we're not told much. You know, Extreme E is a very, from a team point of view, they're trying to keep location, exact, you know, position of locations and technical, you know, information, you know, to a very late stage, so it, you know, controls cost, but also, you know, keeps a very, you know, mysterious way for us to discover the track and what we're going to face for a challenge this year. So I think, you know, it's a constant evolution of the championship and of the car. We had great, you know, improvements during last season on the suspension side and on the reliability side as well of the car. So I mean, it's taking step by step, and I think we've seen better and better racing each year and each race, and you know, everybody's just getting equally faster and faster, and it's such a tight race, and you never know which team is going to go out on top. And that, I think, is the, you know, the really excitement being behind the wheel, because you need to put your run to perfection and really work with your teammate to, you know, get the most out of both of you if you want to win the race, because, you know, the level of the championship is going incredibly high, and the experience of many teams is really good. So you need to put everything together in order, you know, to be successful. And on the car side, I think, you know, we will continue to develop the car, you know, as we go on and see new opportunities. There's always, you know, stuff you can do. It's motorsport, so but at the end of the day, everybody have the same material, and it's down to the drivers and the team to perfect the setup.
You also seem to put in an awful lot of effort into communicating not just the racing but also the science side. You've got all these people with cameras and YouTubery going on around us. Of all our guests, you are the busiest in terms of the social media now. Do you do stuff on your own channels as well, or do you leave these guys to kind of do everything for you? Because they're fantastically busy. Well, apart from the lady who was sitting down earlier, but you know.
I think she's still sitting down. Yeah, no, definitely we do. I think it's also when you have conversations with the scientists that we have at the races, you know, some of them are #1 marine biologists in the world in their rankings. So they've got a huge amount of knowledge, and they're giving up their time to come to our races and to try and educate us and also the local people on how they can work around their environment and lead their legacy programs. And when you speak to them and they say when they publish a scientific journal on something they've been studying for 3 years, it will only reach people in their inner circle that want to go through a 300-page document about, you know, the whatever reef it is. And then when you speak to them and they say the difference that it makes when we're sharing bits, or Extreme's sharing bits throughout their TV, you know, the program leading up to the race, they say how that's reaching an audience that would never go looking for their research. It makes you realise that actually it's so important and kind of our responsibility in the championship to be pushing that and to be giving them a voice, because they literally dedicate their lives to their research that they're doing, living aboard ships for years at a time, and they're just super interesting people. So I think by the end of the weekend we learn so much, and we want to share that with people as well.
Greenland's been the focus, hasn't it? Are there going to be other reclamation projects that are going to join the picture?
Yeah, I think, you know, I went there for the race with Katie the first year, and I came back with Hedda for in season 2 to revisit the site and continue to share our legacy in Greenland with Extreme E, and we revisited the school and continue to, you know, look at the ice sheet, understand and you know, do research on what's going on together with the scientists that we brought. And I think we're going to go back there again, because that's the fantastic thing about Extreme E, I think, because it's a race with a bigger purpose, and we don't just go to a location and then leave it and, you know, never come back. We really want to leave a positive trace and do, you know, a mark from the championship and do our part to help, you know, battle this race. And you know, it's very fascinating when you come back out of a race weekend and when you can really just focus on the sustainability aspect and the climate crisis in the location, because you can really get very much closer to the people there and understand the science way more when you're not in your race mode. And it's so great that we have these legacy trips around the world to revisit the sites.
You're doing a fantastic job. Well, Kevin, I'd better let you leave to have your ice bath, or however you recover from your time in the live action arena. You're all doing a great job. Best of luck for this year, and we'll look forward to seeing you next year. If you want to come back, tell us how it went.
Thank you.
Thank
Cheers, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Katie, Hedda and Kevin. We will be back later with some more fantastic guests. In the meantime, don't forget to subscribe to Autosport or GP Racing. Get 74% off this weekend and some fantastic free gifts. Oh, you've stood up. Thank you. I should have given you a cushion. I'd have given you a cushion if I'd known I was to be babbling on for that long. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back.
Welcome back to the main stage here at Autosport International, everybody. Two more guests that we have for you today on day 2 of Autosport International for 2023. The first of which, very excited to have the boss man of Praga Cars with us, Mark Harrison. Great to have you with us. First of all, just as a means of introduction, could you give an overview of Praga Cars for us? Because road cars, race cars, track day cars. I've looked on your website only today to see karts, aviation. Tell us about this company. It's very exciting.
Yeah, motorbikes as well. So yeah, Praga's been making cars for 115 years, and to all intents and purposes, unbroken 115 years. Now, most people have not heard of Praga. I hadn't heard of Praga. Because most of those years have been under communism. So they actually built more cars and race cars in the 20s and 30s than Skoda and Tatra combined. Now, everybody's heard of Skoda and Tatra, but then the communists came in and said, well, you're best at building cars. We don't need cars. We need tanks and trucks and axles and gearboxes. Praga, you can build all that, and we'll leave the cars and racing cars to Skoda and Tatra. So it's been hidden away for decades, and then it's post-communism taken a bit of time to find its place in the world of capitalism, if you like, and we're there now. So yeah, it's one of the biggest go-kart chassis manufacturers in the world through its various different brands. We've got the R1 race car. We've just launched a hypercar at the end of last year, the Bohema. But we're also, I can't really say this, but we're also launching a motorcycle early next month, which
did say it.
Which is based on a 1928 Praga motorcycle. So it's a really nice link back to the history. There's an aviation division, there's a trucks division. We're in the Dakar. I think anybody who follows the Dakar will have sadly seen what happened in the Dakar a couple of days ago whilst we were leading, which is a tragedy, but we're historically in the Dakar. So yeah, we've got fingers in lots of pies.
So Mark, based where? Where is the company based?
So the headquarters is the Czech Republic in Prague. So Praga is Czech for Prague. The development factory for the race car and the hypercar is in Slovakia. Anybody who's been to Slovakia Ring will know the region. It's literally 2 kilometres from the Slovakia Ring, so we can just pop down there any evening and crack on with testing and development, which is a great luxury, really. And then we're setting up, we have a UK headquarters, a brand centre in Cheshire at the moment, but actually next month we're moving. I'd love to say where, but I haven't signed the contract yet, which I'm doing tomorrow, ironically.
Okay. Well, maybe you can rejoin us and tell us.
But it's a place that everybody knows quite well,
Okay.
And Ben Collins, who races with us, knows it quite well. I don't need to give any more hints than that, probably.
Okay. Yeah.
Beautifully centrally located then, because I remember I covered a World Touring Car race at the Slovakia Ring many years ago, and I flew into Vienna. So basically, people think of it as Eastern Europe. It's actually very, very central, isn't it?
No, they get offended if you call it Eastern Europe. It's Central Europe. And the great thing is that part of the world over the last 10, 15 years in the automotive industry has been built up as a bit of a centre of excellence, particularly for carbon fibre. So the suppliers we use for our carbon fibre are the same people that Porsche used, Pagani used, Koenigsegg used. So there's a lot of talent in that part of the world. And you'll have seen there, everybody has a side hustle. Everybody's into some form of homespun motorsport or cars. Or there's a real culture of automotive and motorsport in that part of the world. And Slovakia Ring's a great track for testing and development of the car, actually, as well, because it's in a small space. You've got really long straights, really technical turns. It's really long, actually. It's I think the second longest circuit in Europe. So
that hump that basically probably wasn't there when they built the circuit, but they thought the circuit designer, I think, thought it's a bit flat. Let's put a hump in. And I kind of think if I was going over this in a faster car than a touring car, I'd actually be a little bit worried about the front end lifting off.
Yeah, it's a terrific place, and we're for the Bohema hypercar. It's been perfect for us because we're targeting GT3 race car lap times on semi-slicks for that car. So that's really been the target of all the development for the past few months, has been hitting that target against GT3 cars.
It is an astonishing looking machine.
Well, it's a race car for the road.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a race car with number plates, and it's aero driven. It's a full aero package based on our experience with the R1. but the designer has put in some elegance into it as well. So there's one or two cars out there, hypercars, that are very aero-driven, but probably haven't looked at the styling. So we've put in some styling without losing the aerodynamic performance. And so far, touch wood, it's gone down really well.
What was the timeline for development, and sort of when did you first decide that the market was right for a hypercar? And then how did the circumstances of the pandemic then affect development, and whether you kind of felt that the world was ready for a hypercar, given that things had changed? Because there's a lot of people starting to think about hypercars again. Even Red Bull are committing to produce one.
Yeah, I mean, the market for hypercars at the moment is off the scale. I've never known anything like it, and that's road legal and track only. The big challenge there is that the customer base is quite small, and they've only got so many weekends in their lives. So we think with ours being road legal and as fast as anything around a racetrack, and petrol, and below 1,000 kilos, it's quite a tempting offer. But the development goes all the way back to, there was a road legal version of the R1 race car in about 2015. Now the Bohema that we launched at the end of last year, it has no physical carryover from the race car at all. Concept-wise, it's the same, carbon, aerodynamics, lightweight, but there's no carryover between the two. But we did the road legal version of the race car. It went down really well, but commercially, you'd have to make a lot at, let's say, €250,000 to build a business. And the market isn't there for a lot of road legal race cars. So there's just a logic of, well, let's make a bigger car, a two-seat car, a more luxurious car inside, a more high-performance car, only make a few, sell it at a much higher price, and you don't need a big global dealer network to do that. You just need a really, really targeted customer base, which is relatively easy to get to because it's such a small group of people that word spreads really easily. So, ironically, selling a car at £1.1 million is easier than £250,000.
You yourself have a huge amount of experience in automotive industry, working for big manufacturers. What about the culture change going to a company like Praga? Because it's got different challenges, It's got a whole different business plan, essentially, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's great. They're really focused on engineering. I mean, you can see this from the portfolio of products that they have. It's an engineering business at heart, and I think that's a cultural thing around there. They sort of look a bit sceptical at what I do, sales and marketing, and I think they realise they needed to do that. You can't just sell things you build. So, yeah, the culture is fantastic, and there's a real the benefit of being, an old brand that nobody's heard of is there's a real pride in the brand.
Yes.
So all the way along, all the time I've been there, the owners of the company have said at every step, we're not doing anything that could embarrass us, damage the brand. So, and how does that manifest itself? Well, for example, we always said we're only going to show the hypercar when it's ready, when it can go on sale. Now, most, let's call them startup or new brands, would come out 2 years before with a concept and tell you it's going to change your life and can I have a deposit, please? But the owners said all the way along, we're not doing that. When the car's ready, we'll show it and then we know it's real. So there's a sort of humility to it and a real focus on engineering, which you see in the R1 race car as well. There's 3 R1s here at the moment. And they even though they're now 7-8 years old, they still look box fresh. So something's right there, I think.
And they were racing, of course, last year here in the UK, a successful championship, which attracted some jolly good drivers, it has to be said. Yeah,
I mean, off the top of my head, Rob Weldon and Raw Motorsport came in, Mattel Racing came in and won the championship, Ben Collins, Scott Mansell.
I'll add Shane Kelly, because I'm a bit of a Shane Kelly fan.
Here. Yeah, Shane was here with University of Wolverhampton, and that was great, actually, having the university team there. Yep. There was you saw it through the whole season, a bit of learning in the first 2 or 3 races. But
he did the same with Formula 3, and the students, I mean, they win together and they lose together. It's fantastic to watch it.
Yeah, we're really pleased they're on board with us. And you saw the last half of the season, Shane was competing at the front. should have won the last race or anyway in the last round, should have won but had a little time penalty, which everybody, it was the last round actually, everybody was gutted about that because it's they're a great group of people. So we're really glad they're back this season as well.
Now you mentioned that the clientele for the top end is sort of a rarefied level, and they all know each other and word gets around. But how useful, as on a broader sort of sales and marketing and awareness point of view, has it been to have Jimmy Broadbent involved? Because he obviously brings a massive audience.
Yeah, looking back, we went to 2 seasons ago, we brought over 5 factory cars to really accelerate the R1 race program. And the owner of the company said to me, right, if I give you 5 factory race cars, can you populate it with 10 people from motorsport and not motorsport who will raise the profile of the brand? So I put the phone down. I said yes, put the phone down, and thought, oh, what do I do now? But so Jimmy was recommended to me by somebody. I didn't know Jimmy at all. Met him, looked him in the eyes, and the great thing is that because he's got a big audience of fans, if he messes up, it makes him look stupid. So he had skin in the game, and 2 or 3 of the other YouTube influencers, for want of a better phrase, were the same. They joined us, same thing. You got skin in the game. So the attitude was right, and it was really about raising the profile of the brand ahead of the hypercar launch, and the logic being that if you buy £1 million plus car, you're mostly doing it so that people photograph you, stick it on Instagram. There's a lot of that.
That's a very good point. I hadn't thought of that.
Yeah, yes, you're doing it because it's an amazing piece of engineering, and most of the guys that buy these cars appreciate that and love that side of it. But there's also the Instagram thing as well. So when people said to me, I said, I've got this guy Jimmy Broadbent racing, it was like, what the hell are you doing? But it's worked brilliantly to the point now where Jimmy's actually bought his racing car. So he's raced for 2 seasons. First season he was Rookie of the Year. Second season, last season, he won the championship.
How cool.
And now he's put his money where his mouth is and bought his racing car to try and do sort of put back into it what he's taken out of it.
How cool. So whoever gave you that advice, that was a good bit of advice.
Yeah.
You'll listen to them in future, won't you? Yeah, absolutely brilliant. So are you here at the exhibition at Autosport International?
We're
Is there
not.
A presence?
We're not as a company. There's not many of us. So at the moment, the hypercar is over in Dubai. So we went over the end of last year. We stayed there because it's warm. So we're over there for another few weeks. Idola, who race with us, are here. They've got 2 cars, one on the Marshall's stand, one on the Rowe oil stand, and then the University have got their car here. So we've got 3 R1s.
Yeah,
so we just said, well, somebody from Praga should be here every day and make the most of it. So it's great to be here, actually. It's good to catch up with some old friends.
It's a real insight, Mark. Thank you very much indeed for giving us a little bit of background. I think maybe a nod to the heritage of the brand is the fact that the logo looks like it's a classic logo.
Yeah, Praga is the only company in the Czech Republic that can use. This is the royal emblem, basically, the 2-tailed lion. There is a story as to what the 2 tails are. I just say one's road and one's track. But yeah, we're the only company that can use that logo.
That's good marketing speak, that is. Very good.
You don't see that on my Skoda.
No, you probably don't. No, you probably don't. For now, Mark Harrison from Praga Cars, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Super. Thank you. final interview of the day here on the main stage at Autosport International. Great to have you here. In fact, it's really rather nice to be back after 2 years of not having Autosport International, which inevitably we regard as the start of the motor racing season, Stuart Codling. It's very nice to be back. 3 drivers that are here on the main stage at Autosport International that have been part of the resurgence of something that we first enjoyed in 2004, Formula Woman, and an amazing opportunity for young women that would like to forge a career in motorsport to be able to do that to great effect. The 3 drivers that we have here are Jodie Soles, Alyssa Barrett and Eliza Seville. All 3 of them have been part of the resurgence, which, first of all, I'll talk to you, Jodie, if you wouldn't mind, because you were one of the winners of Formula Woman back in 2021. A quite amazing prize for being a winner. Tell us about the process and tell us about the prize. In fact, tell us about the prize first of all.
So in 2021, the prize was to win a fully funded season in the GT Cup in a McLaren 570S.
That's not a bad prize.
That's a pretty good prize up for grabs.
So what did you have to do in order to win that?
Yeah, so there's assessment days and finals where you get tested on media, fitness, on-track, karting, everything you can think of to do motorsport. So personally with me, I came into this with no prior experience on track at all. So my first...
No karting?
Nothing.
Wow.
So my first time on track was my assessment day with Formula Woman. Last year in November, then February, I went ahead to go into the finals where we went to Sweden and we done ice driving and got assessed there as well. And I went ahead to win against 1,000+ ladies from 35 different countries.
That's pretty amazing, isn't it? What a process. What a thing to be involved with.
Life-changing.
So what made you think, with no prior experience, I'd quite like to have a go at this? Where did you see about Formula Woman and its resurgence?
So I was quite interested in my drifting. I'd done a little bit of that beforehand, and on social media I've seen this opportunity to obviously win GT Cup fully funded, McLaren 570S. I was like, I've got to give it a go, and it paid off, definitely.
So that was 2021.
Yep.
So the prize was in 2022.
So we actually raced in 2021 and 3 GT Cup races at the end of the season as like a taster. So this year we will be in the GT Cup and another GT4 getting some experience under our belt and hopefully go European next season.
This is pretty cool, isn't it? Alyssa, can we come to you and ask about your route into Formula Woman and what you hope to achieve out of it? Because these are glittering prizes, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, I've karted from the age of 8, so I did that up until the age of 16, but then I kind of stopped, and then, as most people do, want to make the move up into cars, but that's not easy. And then I stumbled across...
You mean financially it's not easy?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I think a lot of drivers struggle with that. And obviously we just hit COVID at the time, so my looking for sponsorship was not going very well.
Everything at the wrong time.
Yeah, exactly. However, what came at the right time was Formula Woman. I ended up coming across that. At the time, you have to have a full driving license to actually enter. And I just turned 17, so I hadn't got my driving license yet. So I ended up doing my driving license and taking my test the day before my assessment day for Formula Woman. I kind of just thought, I'll give it a go, see what happens, and then it's ended up paying off, and now teammates with Jodie. So yeah, hopefully another season in GT Cup.
Finally, your assessment was 1 year behind, so you were last year, is that correct?
Yeah, I did actually enter the competition in the 2021 as well, and I got all the way to the final 10 and then narrowly missed out. So I went back, worked on my driving, and then came all the way to win it this year. So
when you say worked on your driving, disappointment in the first time of asking, but you were not down, and you decided to do a bit of homework and come back, and it's paid off.
Yeah, definitely. I think it kind of spurred me on. I didn't let the setback put me down. You know, I thought I'd pick myself back up and go for it, and it paid off.
And the prize for you, not quite the same, a bit more of a staircase into motorsport.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm going to be competing in various different championships this year, building up to the last round of GT Cup, and then next year, hopefully, European GT4 as well.
But you know, we were just talking about backstage about some of the championships we're going through, things like Ginettas. They are actually fabulous fun, and to my mind, we have a lot of initiatives. Most recently, the last year, we saw the More Than Equal initiative to sort of bring a woman into Formula One and make her world champion, which is a very laudable thing. But because we want motor racing to be more inclusive, where do you think, how important is it that Formula Woman continues to champion involvement in grassroots racing and to show that Formula One isn't the be-all and end-all of motor racing, that actually anyone can just do anything in it and just have fun, whether it's GTs, whether it's Ginettas, whether it's karting? Because I suppose, people I've spoken to says there aren't enough female role models in motor racing to make people think, oh, I'll tell you what, I'd quite like to do that.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And I think the main thing for me why motorsports wasn't on my radar in some forms, like you said, the representation of females wasn't that high for me, so I didn't really know how to get into it. But I think the most important thing about Formula Women is we're on a grid with guys in the GT Cup, and I think that's really important because when we have our helmet on, we have our race suit on, we're all seen as racing drivers. It shouldn't be the fact of we're female racing drivers, they're male racing drivers. We're all at the same level playing field, and if you're fast, you're fast, and that's how it should be.
So is it therefore time, do you think, for us to stop making the definition women in motorsport? Because we've been doing it for a number of years now, haven't we?
I think it's still a good thing because hopefully younger girls are inspired and empowered by our stories and just give it a go. And this is why Formula Women's important. It gives the support system and the guidance for young girls or even older women. We've had girls who are 70 years old that come in our cars, give it a go. And that's the most important thing. Sit behind the wheel, see if you enjoy it, and that increases the percentage of females in the sport.
So Formula Woman, W Series, there have been a few initiatives over recent years to offer an opportunity, a route into motorsport for women. This is great news, but what is the eventual aim? Where do you want to be? So I'll ask all of you.
So hopefully we've got a bit of like a 5-year plan, and ultimately we want to go to Le Mans and as an all-female team, not just drivers, engineers, mechanics, everything.
How
ultimately
cool.
That would be our goal, to go there. So
how cool. It's an amazing story. It's a quite brilliant initiative. It was very exciting when it first arrived in 2004. Disappointing that it went to sleep for a little while, but great that it's back. And the three of you are all shining examples of what can be achieved with it. So absolutely brilliant, girls. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Good luck in 2023 with your motorsport endeavours. And thanks to a lot of hard work on your part and also Formula Woman as well. For now, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.